눈 감아줘. 놀자 다시 놀자. 긴 밤 넘어 내가 왔어. 검은 눈은 밝게 뜨고 길고 하얀 기억 지고 눈앞까지 다다른 흉내쟁이가 내가 왔어. 내가 돌아왔어. 에헤이야 즐겁게 놀아보자. 에헤이야 유리에서 놀자. 이 목소리는 지나칠 수 없을 테니 어서 열어줘. 그 문을 열어줘. 에헤이야 라히야. 에헤이야 라히야. 에헤이야 라히야. 에헤이야 라히야. 기억하지 우리 만나서 같이 놀자 약속했잖아. 나야 나 오랜 너의 친구. 사소한 걸 눈 감아줘. 놀자 다시 놀자. 긴 밤 넘어 내가 왔어. 검은 눈은 밝게 뜨고 길고 하얀 기억 지고 눈앞까지 다다른 흉내쟁이가 내가 왔어. 내가 돌아왔어. 에헤이야 즐겁게 놀아보자. 에헤이야 유리에서 놀자. 이 목소리는 지나칠 수 없을 테니 어서 열어줘. 그 문을 열어줘. 에헤이야 라히야. 에헤이야 라히야. 에헤이야 라히야. 에헤이야 라히야. 기억하지 우리 만나서 같이 놀자 약속했잖아. 나야 나 오랜 너의 친구. 사소한 걸 눈 감아줘. 놀자 다시 놀자. 긴 밤 넘어 내가 왔어. 검은 눈은 밝게 뜨고 길고 하얀 기억 지고 눈앞까지 다다른 흉내쟁이가 내가 왔어. 내가 돌아왔어. 에헤이야 즐겁게 놀아보자. 에헤이야 유리에서 놀자. 이 목소리는 지나칠 수 없을 테니 어서 열어줘. 그 문을 열어줘. 에헤이야 라히야. 에헤이야 라히야. 에헤이야 라히야. 에헤이야 라히야.
Oh wait, no way, it's not working. Oh, yes. Hello? I think it's okay now. Is it? Okay. I don't know what happened, but I didn't change any of my. Oh, why is it peaking now? Oh, I haven't touched any of my settings, but apparently it's not okay. Very confused. Very confused. But hello again. Which repeat everything I just said. But hello, Neko. Hello, Winnie. Welcome. Today I got a little bit nostalgic. I was like, let's go back to the original model. Back to the OGs, to the roots. Yeah. And then today I was tossing up between whether I should do a game stream or a commission stream or art stream. I was very set in the morning to do an art stream, and then I played TF2. And then I was like literally so drained. I played like 4 games and I lost 3 out of the 4. And I was like, mental went boom. So I was like, do I wanna draw? Do I wanna just chill and play Genshin and just like no brain play through the story? And then I was like, you know what? I need to finish my commission, so we'll just do art today. So yeah. The very sad thing I realized, because using a tablet for me, at least my screen tablet for drawing, is not ideal because it's so clunky. There's 2 other people at the moment, so we're slowly getting there. But as I was saying, I sometimes will use my iPad to work on my commission, or work on. Actually, no. So usually I do my sketches on my iPad on Procreate, and then I'll transfer the sketch over to Clip Studio Paint. So the app I'm using on my PC. But the only problem is that I feel like the quality somehow, when I export the file as a PNG, it should like be consistent. It should probably keep the resolution, right? But it doesn't, and I'm like, huh? That's so weird. So like, I know that it probably doesn't really matter too much, because no one's gonna literally like zoom into the art piece, right? And be like, oh, why is the light out so blurry? Blah blah blah. Yeah, I don't know. I guess my own pet peeve, because I like things to be like crisp and clean. Yeah. And then I was trying to experiment how to make the churro look more like a churro. I think it's a little bit better than before. I'd like to think. That was the original. I don't know what the shading was like, to be honest. I was like, maybe I'll just make it super simple and I'll just like make it straight. Because this looks more and more like a breadstick to me, to be honest. So I was like, how can I make a churro look like a churro? So I was like, maybe I was like experimenting with putting like chocolate dip at the top. But it didn't really work because it looked really mucky because her hair's brown. So I was like, I could add like sugar bits, I guess. But I don't know if it really makes a difference. Yeah. But it's a little bit more promising now, right? I'd like to think. This is still like not fully like rendered, but a little bit better, I think. Yeah, it's good, it's good. From bird stick to a big pencil not sharpened yet. Hey yo. It actually kind of does. Oh, the more I look at it, the more it does. Although, so at first glance, surely it doesn't really look like a pencil, right? Surely. At first glance, it reminds me of a log cake. Oh, wait, a log cake, really? Kiriko, hello, welcome. How are you today? Wait, a log cake looks like that? No way. Wait, does a log cake look like that? I don't think it looks like that. Hmm. Let me have a quick. Unless my image of what a log cake looks like is not that. No, I don't think it does. I really don't think it does. It's, I'd believe more of a pencil than a log cake. A log cake, the stripes of the bark is like a lot more fine, and there's a lot of it. So no, I'm doing good. I just started, but that's good to know that you're doing well as well. Cake. Oh, we're talking about the. Actually, I'll ask you right here. What do you think? This thing right here is. I'm accepting any answers, but yeah. What is your take on what this thing is right here? We've had multiple different answers. No one has actually answered it correctly. A wafer stick. It looks like. Let's go. The only person who's answered it correctly. Yes, it is indeed a churro. Oh, what is supposed to be a churro? I've gotten a log of wood. Oh, actually, no. Maybe it's because this one's a lot of better. I'll show you the original. This is the original. The original. People said it looked like a log of wood, breadstick. What's what I said? I don't know. But yeah, I've been like trying to figure out a way to shade this churro to make it look like a churro. But also like kind of match the way I'm shading everything else. Been back and forth. And I've finally figured something out that kind of works. And I don't think I'm gonna try and think of any other way to shade it, I guess. Make it sparkle. I will. Also, if anyone has any song recommendations, feel free to send in chat. I'm always up. Oh my god, brain! I'm always open to listening to new songs. I'm always on the lookout for new songs. So yeah, it looks like a baguette. The other one, okay, yeah, that's the most common thing I heard. The other one was like a breadstick, a baguette. Yeah, which I can see because the way it kind of wraps around, I guess, with the shading does kind of look like it. I like how you color. I've actually always changing the way how I shade things. So the last commission I did was on the bottom left. You can see the shading is a little bit different. Actually, I'd say quite different to how I currently shade. So the only problem about me is that I have a really inconsistent art style. So between commissions, like there's slight changes here and there, but I always like send the sketch over, and then if they're happy with it, then it's good. But I feel like in between each commission, I feel like my art style is actually better. And then I'm always like tossing up whether I want to have like a more, I guess, anime style shading or like cell shading, so more harsh lines. But then I kind of scratched the idea. I'm like, I don't really like how harsh it is. And then I gotta make it softer. And then I think I've come to a point where I've kind of incorporated both. So a lot of trial and error. And eventually hopefully I can find a style that I'm satisfied with. But I don't think it's gonna be like that for a long time, unfortunately. And there's also a lot of like experimenting with brushes as well. Can you give me some tips to color? Do you have like a specific kind of thing you're after, or? Because for me, a lot of times actually, I struggle with lighting a lot when it comes to coloring. So, like, oh, thank you for the gift. Oh my god, we knew. But yes, yes. I think referencing for lighting is always like the way to go because I struggle a lot with that. As for shading, it really depends on what style of shading you're after, I think. Because there's cell shading, so the harsh lines, and then there's also like, I guess, softer shading. Yeah, it's hard to say unless you've got like a specific thing you're after. I don't know really generally what I can really provide because I myself am like a very much like in between person. Like I kind of grab like I like things I like about certain artists and then kind of you know here and go about it. Like I'll pop in like say oh say for example like there's an artist I see or like a drawing I see on like Twitter and I'm like oh I like the way they style they kind of shade that or color that and then kind of work from there. Give you an example. Thank you for the 100 bits as well with you. Why are you doing so much today? Um, hmm. Let's see. So, let me see if I have an example of soul shading. I don't think I've really soul shaded in a long time. Okay, actually, no, I do kind of. Actually, I don't think I haven't soul shaded in a while, actually. But I've gotten kind of an example, like an old thumbnail I did. Monthly reset for voice of gifting. Oh, really? Is that a thing? So cell shading usually is kind of like this, where you've got very harsh lines. Oh yes, this is exactly what cell shading kind of is represented by. So how there's really harsh lines like this. I think this is probably the easiest. Oh, it's hard to say because it's easy because you don't have to think about blending things, if that makes sense. So you can just put really harsh lines and kind of shade. Um, but there's also like a lot of chances that it's going to look awkward if you don't blend it. You have to find like midtones or that kind of thing. But it depends on your style again. For me, I've somehow realized that I find that cell shading for me is it looks a bit awkward because I can't find the right colors to kind of match with it. Whereas, so hence why my new style, there's a lot of like kind of blending in like the general areas like this. So it looks softer. And another thing to kind of keep in mind, actually, not to really keep in mind, but it's more like, say, if you're shading, a lot of people, even I do sometimes, I will go to like the grayish area. So oh, actually, you can't see. Let me quickly shuffle this over. So in the top right, you can kind of see, actually, can you see no, you can't see my cursor. So you can see that I'm moving this, right? Usually when people shade, so say you've got like a bluish color, like here. Like a lot of beginners, even I did this, where we'll just drag it to the bottom left towards the gray to kind of get a darker color, right? This makes it look really awkward. So usually, you want to kind of find complementary tones to it. So if you're after like a warmish color, usually you want to like kind of go across to the other side and find like a complementary color that might work with it. Usually I would actually go for like purples to kind of shade with, or even like a light pinkish color to kind of shade with. Again, when it comes to, because I don't really cell shade anymore, so using like the harsh lines, I can't really provide that much good advice on that. So usually when you have like a softer shading, so when you blur, for example, it does kind of give you like a mid-tone. So for example, when you do this, right, it will give you like a mid-tone between the blue and the dark color. And then you can just color pick that and then just continue shading and blending. That's like the easiest way. Or if you want to just, you know, not even bother about thinking about that, there's the great layer tool called Multiply. I don't know if you've heard of it, surely you have. You just have to apply it on top and then choose like a different color. So let's say you choose a greenish color and you apply it on top. And then you can just color pick that. Or you don't have to worry about even color picking. You just keep coloring on top of that and shading. It's like the easiest way to shade I can think of. Yeah. But I think it really depends on the style of shading you're after. But yeah. Because I think I used to find cell shading really easy to do. And then somehow I stopped. I think it's because I took a long hiatus from drawing. And then I was like, how do I draw again? How do I shade again? And then at the time I saw a lot of like artists have more of a softer kind of appeal to their art. So I was like, oh, I'll just pick this up. How do I do that? And then look up like tutorials and stuff, or like find brushes that achieve a similar effect. Yeah. So I don't know why my subscriber thing is not updating. I don't know if it made sense, to be honest. It's like I feel like I'm really bad at explaining things, to be honest. I'm so sorry. Who follows? Just recent subscription. Oh, I guess it doesn't count. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't count gifted subs as subs. Can I choose it so I can do that? Most recent sub. Ah. Okay, sub gifter and sub is different. There's too many things in like the background of streaming that my brain like is literally just like hello. I don't understand. And I'll watch literally earlier this stream, earlier like before streaming, I was trying to figure out how to do like some like widget stuff, related to like Spotify and playing music. I tried 3 different methods because my last one didn't work. None of them worked. And I was like, why is it not working? Am I doing something wrong? But it like I redid the whole thing like 3 times, 2 times actually for each different type. And none of it worked. And I was like, hello? So I just gave up. So that's my story of doing a little like behind the scenes streaming stuff. I tried to make it look fancy and stuff, and then it just didn't work out. I'm like, okay, maybe not. Maybe not today. Most recent stop. But also, I feel like with like artists who are really good, they can like make use of any. But for me, I actually rely on brushes, at least for my own aesthetic, to kind of make it look good. Because prior to actually yesterday, actually, usually I would actually avoid drawing on top of one layer. Because usually I have like a bajillion layers and I never merge them down. But then I was like, huh, there's no way I can export all these like layers to Procreate, so let me just export the flat image and then try and draw on top of it and see what it looks like. And then I ended up just committing to that, and now I'm like, I realized I made a mistake because I've like adjusted the line art and everything, and I wanted to originally color the line art, but I don't think I'll be doing it. Usually it's like really easy because I have a separate layer for all my line art, and then I could just like color that layer specifically because I don't have access to that layer anymore. It is really impossible for me to do that, so that's down the drain. I was also very surprised when I was starting stream, the starting screen, there were 2 ad breaks that happened. I was like, huh? There's no way that it's just abusing the ad system. It was crazy. I was like, like one ad like session, that's fine. That's pretty normal. And then like not long after, like a couple minutes after, another ad break hit. And I was like, huh? Why? That's just so mean. Like I would not like want to sit through like a whole 3 minutes pretty much, I think it is. Like it adds up to like a minute or two of ads. And I'm like, that just makes people want to steer away from watching a stream, no? Like, but even then, it's like the ad revenue is like nothing. But I guess if we have like that many viewers, it racks up. But realistically, I wouldn't want that. Like I put the ads to like the lowest setting that I could put because unfortunately with the affiliates they're like, oh, we need you to put ads. You need to make us money, you know? And I'm like, okay. Yeah. But even then, it's like quite frequent, and I'm like, guess you can't beat the system. Honestly, I've really forgotten how to shade. It's been so long since I've drawn. Oh, that was pretty much on a drawing hiatus again, and just doodling. And then all of a sudden, everyone just came in and was like, "Oh, I want to commission you." I was like, "Huh? I don't know." Like usually, I feel like they trickle in, and then this one time, it's like, "Oh, are you open for commissions?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah. Can I commission you? Yeah, yeah, I'm down to draw for you. That's okay." Like to be honest, I actually thought this one commission was going to take like no time, and then there was a lot of revisions, and then I was like, "Oh, okay. I guess I gotta wait until like." It's like the whole revision process like took like a couple weeks, and then my sketch took a while as well, and then yeah, it's a whole mess in itself. And then eventually they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm okay with it." Like okay. And then because it's like the person who commissioned me technically, like, it was like she's like a third person, like an in between party, because she had like friends who saw like one of my commissions for her, so the one up here, and they wanted like a couple thing for their phones, and I was like, "Oh, okay." And so she has to like go back and forth between me and also her friends to confirm whether like it's okay. But I guess it's because like I don't know if the friends don't speak English. That's why she's kind of middlemaning. But even then, it's like I can speak or understand even Google Translate like Korean to a certain extent, right? So it probably would have been easier if I communicated directly with the couple, but it's fine. We got there in the end. 3 minutes minimum, no pre-roll ads. That's what I drew. That's what I did. But I don't know. I feel like the oh wait, you said no pre-roll. I thought it was better to do pre-rolls and then you don't get ads throughout the stream. Be wrong. Can I commission you? Are we what are we after? We've got the Draven Chibi. We've got recent emotes. What else is on the list? Why does it look so cloudy? Actually, no, I think Google Translate is not good. So there's like a lot of alternative translators these days for Korean. Like the go-to is what we call Papago. It's a very interesting like name they decided to choose. Papago. So strange. Like I don't know if it actually has any meaning behind it or just they decided just like, oh, it's a funny way to pronounce it. Sure. It's a mix of pros and cons pre-roll equals people might leave as soon as they join, but there are no ads for the rest of the stream unless refreshed. A 3 minutes ad an hour, you have to deal with ads the entire stream. Oh, I just realized. It makes sense because my idea is that people come in during the beginning, so that's the reason why there's like the starting soon screen, right? So that people can like just have the ads play while I get ready anyways. But I guess it then applies for everyone who comes in during the stream. So it's like the first time they come in and it's like, oh, ads. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, maybe it's better to just turn off pre-roll ads. Hmm. Good point, good point. That means that, yeah, I feel like it'd probably be better to not have pre-roll ads and just have ads here and there throughout the stream. I don't know. Hard to say. So I feel like even for myself, when I go into like a stream and there's ads, and I'm like, I don't know if it's worth it to stay. Like, I don't really know anything about the streamer itself. It's like, many questions. Hello, Glitchy. Welcome, welcome. What time is it for you right now? I feel like it's been forever since you popped into my stream. How have you been there? How have you been? Hope always doing well. Always well. Always doing well. Always well. Always well. Yes, English. Well, I watched the Nintendo Direct yesterday and then reminded me I haven't played Dave the Diver in like forever. Kinda want to go back to it. Because like apparently Dave the Diver is being released on Switch. I had the impression that it was already released on the Switch, but I guess not. 5:13 a.m. Why are you awake right now? Did were you waking up again? By any chance, my family? I do 1.5 every 30 minutes because you need 3 minutes an hour and don't want to play 3 full minutes of ads at a single time. Okay, okay. I woke up early to leave parents at the airport, so I thought I might as well join. Ah, okay. I guess you plan to probably sleep after, right? Or no? Unless you have work, then oh no. Did you sleep early at least? If you knew you were going to have to send your parents to the airport? If not, it seems like kind of a tragedy. It's so sad. I used to be able to run on like no sleep. And then recently it's like, oh my god, I need like I can barely survive with like 4 to 5 hours of sleep. I feel like my whole sleeping schedule is just like gone whack. It's so bad now. I'm good. Today's my day off. I had about 3 hours. It's like, oh no, that's not even sleep. It's a nap at that point. But at least today's your day off, so no real stress. But I guess when in doubt, there's always what do you call it? Energy drinks and coffee and caffeine. Right now, I don't feel the sleep hit, but I know later, 100%. 100%. Oh, apparently Genshin live stream at 9:30. As in, oh, next part of Fontaine, right? That's right. If you wanna send me the codes afterwards, thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. That means that it's been actually been a while since Fontaine got released. Damn. Oh yes, thank you for the Hydro Isle. With my water. Then the stretch. I said, I don't know if I want to take off the stretch. I feel like it's not really worth it unless I'm drawing, like, and I'm hunched over from like drawing. It's not worth to redeem the stretch. Like, it's not really that great of a redeem. But I put it there because like it was there to begin with, and I was like, oh, I'll just keep it. I can't think of anything better. Yeah. Forgot about points. Yes, points exist. Which also reminds me, I still cannot think of a good idea for the next challenge. What's it called? Community challenge. The last one was like the only good idea I could think of. Like, it's like nice and simple horror stream. And people were like, oh, maybe you could do like a 24-hour stream. I'm like, I don't know about that one. 24-hour stream. I will literally die. I think my brain would like die afterwards. Because my social battery is pretty much non-existent. No cooldown hydrate redo. I don't know about that one. Lucky did not have fun after that stream. This really reminds me of like a jellyfish. Draw some eyes here. Close that off. Little jellyfish. No one has fun when they have no cooldown. But it's better for the streamer, you know? Oh yes, rain doll, yes, yes. And then you have like a little bow at the back. It didn't work. Oh wait, no, it's because I keep forgetting to open that one app. Okay, hold on a second. I will. Yes. We have a crab bird. That was hilarious because before the stream, I was talking to Nuse and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna turn you into a crab." I was like, "Please don't." He's like, "Oh, I'll spare you." And then we actually get a crab redeemed. I remember the last time we had it redeemed. The first time we got redeemed, I didn't even appear on the screen because I was that small. Like I was below. How can I? Where am I? So yeah, I'm very short. I will move myself up. It looks so scuffed. I'm gonna move this so it's okay. But the thing is, I don't even know how long to put this redeem for. Like, I don't know how long to keep it for. So yeah, until someone decides to choose something else, I guess I'll be a crab for a bit. Mr. Krabs, not even like I'm like his apprentice, you know. Oh, and then I found like a really cute 3D dog model as well. But unfortunately, I can't really put any sort of like expressions on the character either. Actually, can I show you guys? Oh, interesting. Apparently, I don't have Unity on my PC anymore. That doesn't make any sense. Oh yeah, the whole like conversion about Unity at the moment and their fees. Kind of yikes. Just wanted to see it. Yeah, we have a few kind of other models just because I enjoy seeing different options available. It's just fun. Yeah. I still find the dog um model the cutest in my opinion. Yeah. This one was just for the scuffness because like why not? Totally 24-hour stream community sub slash donor goal. Can we like use I'm thinking like I could probably do a 12-hour stream if I go from like midday to midnight. I don't know about 24 hours though. Like I'm trying to think if it's gonna be like a yeah, it's more of like the threshold. I don't know what threshold I should put for it to like be okay, you know? 48 hours. Why are you guys upping it up so much? I'm like being reasonable here, you know. I'm like 12 hours, you know. And it's like the first time, 12 hours, 12 like midday to midnight, you know. 48, 24 hours is like a bit much, you know. Like I don't even know what I'm gonna do for like 24 hours. But I guess if I do a 24-hour stream, technically I could have like periods of time where like I'm muted and I don't have to talk, you know, I just type. If you make it 24 hours, it would take ages to reach, yeah, like, yeah. I even think like 200k isn't that bad because remember we had like 50k and I finished it in like, because I only stream like 2 times a week and it took like 2 weeks pretty much. So, yeah. If there's enough people, it's probably plausible to be able to, you know, bring it up. But yeah. Oh, that's true. I did. Yes, hello, Ariella. Welcome, welcome. I am indeed a crab. Someone has uh redeemed the crab. Jack it up to 1 mil. That's literally impossible then. Because I think the period for the stream, like the community challenge is only a month. You can't make it longer than that. So, yeah. Unless I'm like streaming so often and like actually it's like yeah, it has to be me being often rather than even being streaming for a long time. Long time doesn't matter. Long time just means that you guys get more points. But you can only give in 2k every single stream. So, yeah. So if you actually put it to 1 mil, it's literally impossible. Unless you've got like a huge following, impossible. Stream every day and reset after. Why would I make it in the favor of actually doing it? You know? But I feel like, what if you don't fulfill the stream, I mean the community challenge? Does that mean that everyone just gets refunded then? Surely, right? You don't get scammed. Like you put it into something and then it just dies. That would be a scam. Yeah. But oh, unfortunate. Sorry, guys. I took all your points and you don't get anything out of it. Imagine. That would be but also like tragic. Okay, what if you make a dono goal, the 24-hour one, and a community one like the 12-hour one, like 400k points? That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, dono goal would take a lot longer, yeah. Good point. 24-hour stream. What threshold should I even put that at? Or dono goal? I guess I could put it at like I don't even know. Like I don't know what's a 5 AUD. No way. If I'm gonna do like a 24-hour stream bad for health, it really is, yeah. I feel like if I was to do a 24-hour stream, it's like I'd do it at like a rate like I get paid at my normal job, you know? How many hours? Actually, let's see, how much would it like even be? If I actually no, let's make it less than that. Let's do like half of what I get paid times 24. That's like nothing, right? No. Actually, we'll round it up to like 800. That's still a lot though. I don't know. Yeah, it does it. Yeah, it does. It does. But I guess if it goes on for a period of time, it's okay, right? Like it can be whatever. It's just like a dono goal in the background. Because I don't think donation goals have a limit, to my knowledge, unless you purposely put it in. It actually took me a while to kind of figure out how to do the donation goal to begin with. I was like, huh, how do I do this? Subathon when? Subathon? Oh, I need to think of. The problem is that I'm down to do a lot of these ideas, but the problem is that I'm not creative enough to think of ideas to do for this kind of stuff. But I guess at the same time, I can kind of like scuff ideas of other people who do subathons, right? But I also feel like a lot of subathons like are more effective on like face cam streamers, because you can actually see things that are happening. Actually, let me quickly Google this. Let's have a look at some VTuber subathon. Hmm. It's really, I know, I think Iron Mouse did a subathon recently. Oh my god. Crazy. Like the amount of subs she got after like a month. But I guess it was a charity subathon, so it makes sense. She had 205k subs. Damn. Actually, let's look at a smaller VTuber. Oh, actually, I remember Sonaki. She did a subathon not that long ago. It was well. Does she still have her post though? That's the question. Oh, never mind. Has it been that long since? God, my sense of time is like non-existent. Subathon. Oh, Yuchi has one as well. Oh, so she has it. A lot of people do they extend the time of the subathon. Ideas include chat chooses profile picture, chat makes a tweet, chat makes a voice tweet, chat chooses not safe for work scam, chat chooses VTubers to draw chibi, hand cam, chat chooses song cover, original song, cringe fanfic reading. Interesting. Oh, Flux Plushie. Oh no, hers is all like ASMR stuff though. So never mind. So did we settle on 800 for the identical? At that point, maybe it's just like, oh, 800? 800? At that point, I could kind of like just keep it as like, it's 8K. It's 800 too. I feel like 1K is too much then. 700? Because originally, like, what I would even, like, what I would use the money for anyways would probably be for VTuber anyways. VTuber model. That's probably what it would be used for. Like, the funds. I just imagine you're a crab VTuber now. I'm not a crab VTuber. I'm a normal VTuber. Uh, but I guess a subathon would be kind of fun if I can think of good ideas. Hmm. I'll think about it. We'll leave it at that today. I'll think about it. 24-hour stream, here we come. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, I completely forgot about. Oh my god, wait. I forgot that. I think does that. Yeah, completely double. I just have extra hands, you know. 160p looks like a packet of pasta. We really go through everything. Wait, why are you watching at 160p? But yes, thank you for the bonk. Actually, I'll switch to the other one. Oh, I keep getting. There's so many things that I forget. It's so bad. But the bonk actually has an animation as well. Let me switch back to the other model for a second. Where's my character? I look at 160p. Oh, okay. I guess it's to save data. Saving the resources. If I bonk. Oh yes, it is. Okay, thank God. Okay. This is what it's supposed to look like. I'm not gonna bonk on the head. That and the things, yeah. It's okay. Well, I'll try to sleep. Hope you all well and stuff. Thank you for coming by today, Litchi, as well. Litchi? 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 Oh my god, how did I get Litchi? I'm so sorry. But yes, sleep well. Please rest up. Thank you for the sound screen redeem. Yes, yes, thank you. I also need to change my. I don't know if everyone seems to be using sound alerts as the actual sound redeem. I don't know if the sounds are any better if they use the same database as Blub. If it is, I might change it. Because the thing is, originally, Blub didn't post the link and like say, "Oh, we're playing this sound using the channel points." So I was like, "Oh, this is a good one, right?" And they have quite diverse kind of sound effects. Ah, it's because I muted the desktop sounds. Can I play it? Oh, it's on a cooldown anyways. It's interesting that actually no, I guess technically the only reason why you can hear it is because I hear it. I thought it would have been like just sent through as is. Oh no 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 no. I figured it out. It's okay. I'll refund it back to you. But that means that you guys didn't hear the bonk sound. Oh my god. Okay, wait, you know, a second. Scared. It's another bonk. Indeed, bonk. Yes. Indeed, a bonk moment. Oh, fortunate. Oh no. So I don't know why in my brain I was like, oh, you guys don't need to listen to my desktop sounds. Just in case if anything plays by accident. Turns out I really do need it. So, yeah. Oh, thank you for the head as well. Out of nowhere. Too many bonks today. Got bonked 3 times because I couldn't even set it up properly. Sudge. So I do want to kind of learn or like try and figure out if it's possible to have like two things happen right after each other. So after a bonk, you know how in anime, like if you get bonked on the head, like there's the swelling, so you'll have like the red. You know what I mean? Yeah, like a delayed animation. Hello, Tula. Welcome. Hello, welcome everyone. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? I think hopefully there's no ad because I know that it should be okay, right? But they're not really a bold spot. It's like a kind of it's not really a bold spot. It's like a raised part, right? So you get bonked on the head, right? And then because there's inflammation, you get like a raised spot, if that makes sense. So that just looks like a pimple. I want to squish. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Let me quickly give you a shout out as well. 1 second. Because I have like half a keyboard when I draw. It takes me a while to shout out. But how was your stream? What were you streaming? Did you know if you sub to Reese 6 months in advance during September, you only spend like $21? It's like oh, really? Thank you, Shiny, for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome. To be honest, I didn't really look into what subathon really happens, like what happens in it, like what benefits there are. TOTK? Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I'm not really too familiar with shortened names of games. I'm not really familiar with a lot of games to begin with, but yeah. Okay, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome. Oh, sorry. Honestly, when I stream art, it's like the most scuffed version of my stream. But I hope you had a good stream. Oh, Tears of the Kingdom. Ah, yes, okay. But thank you. If you need to, like, rest after your stream, because I know streaming can be quite, can take quite the toll on a person. So if you need to grab food, if you need a drink, water, hydrate, take a rest, feel free to. I'll take over. But yes, as I was saying, I'll give you a quick shout out. It just is a bit difficult for me to sometimes to quickly do things because how do I hello? Why is it not letting me? Okay. Oh, there we go. Shout out at Tula. Hopefully that works. Yes. I spelled everything correctly, right? Yes. Okay. Indeed, water is very important. Yes, please go drink some water, hydrate yourself. September means new or returning subs get a discount and gifted subs don't go on sale until the 26th. Oh, interesting. But thank you for the knowledge. But anyways, I think I don't really promote subbing. Even though because I feel bad, to be honest. I'm like, at the moment, I haven't really fixed up my own emotes. So I have temporary emotes at the moment. I'm like, you can sub if you want. I really appreciate it. But at the moment, I haven't really fully set up everything because I'm taking care of other people. It's commissions at the moment. So yeah, we've got temporary things going at the moment. So that's something for for people to use. Yeah. And of course I know how to pick cuties. I love cute and pretty girls. Thank you. Oh, yes. Oh yeah, God, my brain is all over the place right now. But hello everyone. I should introduce myself. I am Risu. I am a variety streamer, I guess you could say. I play a bunch of different games here and there. And I also stream art in the blue moon, I guess, once in a blue moon. So the most common games I seem to be streaming is Genshin and League of Legends at the moment. I used to stream a decent amount of Dave the Diver, and then I kind of stopped. And then, yeah, to be honest, I don't feel like I really don't stream that often. I'm not a crab streamer. I have a crab bird, but I'm not a streamer. I'm not a crab streamer. Yeah. So Dark Shiba. Yes, yes. Shibas are cute. We're back to the crab bird again. We don't get a break from this one, do we? I missed something. The sub is so worth. The quality content is peak. Where is the quality content? I feel like I'm so scuffed. We don't really have the quality. I like your design. Your voice is so lovely. Oh, thank you so much. To be honest, I feel like for my design, I would have changed my design already. I get bored of my own designs very quickly. So I'm like thinking about a 2.0, but then like I have a lot of ideas, but then I scuff a lot of the ideas. I'm like, maybe not. And then so I'm still like in the process of designing another character. Yes. Hello, Soju. Welcome, welcome. Art is so cute. Thank you. Sip. Oh yes, yes. Drink water, water. Crab. Why? I'm about to beat you up, Ella. Wait, what? For what? Soju? Why are you about to beat him up? We don't condone violence here. Well, okay, I have to get going now. Have a good stream. Yes, please rest well. I don't know. I think is that daytime for you? Or is it nighttime? Daytime, right? But enjoy the rest of your day. Yes. Thank you for coming by. I do only scuff ideas, hella cute. Yes, we love to be scuffed over here. We try our best to be like professional streamers, you know, but it's too hard, really. I think every single stream there's something that goes wrong. So earlier today, what happened was that I started the stream. I switched over to my normal screen from my starting screen. My audio wasn't working. My mic, the settings are all like the same from the last stream, but my mic would not pick up any of my voice. And I was like panicking. I was like, what's going on? What's going on? And there was like muted streamer, hello. I was like, let me try and figure this out. I want to figure this out. I don't want to have to restart my stream. I feel like it happens a lot though. I forget to unmute sometimes. Your OCP? Oh, I ship. One true pair. I love the duo. It's on site. Are we watching it? Are we watching it today? I'll be here to spectate. Let me know when it's happening. We love the drama. Yes, at least it worked out. Yeah, at least I didn't need to restart the stream. Because honestly, whenever like something goes wrong, it gives me so much anxiety. I'm like, how can I fix this? I want to fix this as soon as possible. Because I think a couple of weeks ago, I had really unfortunate timing with my internet provider, I guess. Like I started a stream, and then literally as I started the stream, my internet started dying, and I was like, what's going on? Surely it's just maybe like the connection. And then turns out the internet just was out. I had to do like emergency like repairs or like investigations, they say, as to why the internet was down. So literally I restarted the stream like 4 or 5 times. And I was like panicking. I'm like, do I have to really like not stream today? I was like so worried. And then in the end I was like, okay, it's not working out. I need to end the stream. I'll make it back to you up to you guys like because I stream in Australia, I stream on Mondays and Fridays, and I think it was on a Friday that I had the mishap stream, I guess you could say. And so I was like, oh, well, I'm also not, in town like the day after. Like I just left. So like, oh, okay, I'll see you guys like on the Monday. And hopefully everything will be good by then. So yeah. Let me see what's the CR. Peter, my girl, that's what I'm here for. Whenever something goes wrong, I accept it. No, we don't condone violence here. What? I'm just here for the drama. I like to listen to gossip and drama. I'm all for it. The Chibi gets did something bad. It's clear she's getting bonded. Oh no, I was explaining like how I wanted to try and put delayed animations for my model. So like I have a bonk redeem, right? So I get bonked on the head with a hammer. And then I wanted to have like a follow-up animation where I can place like a swollen part. So like this part, right? But I don't know if I can do that. I think I'll try and figure out if I can. If I can, it's like ideal. But if I can't, it's not the end of the world. I just started streaming a few weeks ago and there's always something wrong with my stream. Yes. I think it's the genuine like experience of like an indie streamer. It's always the internet stuff. Yeah. Actually, luckily for me, it's like usually me that's the problem. So it's like I can't blame it on external factors that's the reason for the scuff stream. It's just me, unfortunately. But you know, it gives the stream a bit of a charm, you know. We could never, you know, say no to a scuff streamer. Oh, yes, I should also hydrate as well. I was supposed to hydrate earlier, but then I forgot to. So give me 1 second. And then one of my viewers brought up the funny idea that because my model isn't exactly synced up to the drawing tablet on the screen, right? When I actually draw with this crab model, you see a hand, a straight hand that comes up with it as well. It's pretty funny. I was like, oh, well, I don't know how long I'm gonna keep the crab model on for, so yeah, we'll just leave it as is. A crab with an extra hand, an extra human hand, mind it. So yeah. It's great, especially when you first just noticed it. I know. I completely forgot about it. I was like, eh. Yeah, that's so true. Sorry, it makes it a special crab, you know? Not a normal crab, just a crab that's it's like not even I have 2 hands, so I can be like a arachnid, like a spider with 8 limbs, hands, arms, legs. 8 legs? 8 legs. It's like 7 legs. I'm missing one, you know? Kind of scary though if actually no, I don't want to even think about spiders to be honest. I have really bad arachnophobia. Yes, we have another person who actually recognizes what it is. So actually I'll show you guys the original version of this. So I kind of drew over it and I changed the way I shaded it. So it looks kind of like a churro now, right? But before, this is what it looked like. A lot of people said that it looked like either a breadstick or a log of wood. That's what that people thought. I was like, okay, I guess I have to change how I shade it. So yeah, tomato pasta. No, surely not. Surely not. From far away, barely. I think barely. I'm trying to think. What does a churro look like? The edges are spiked, so I can't even make like the white bits like thicker. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. Yes, I'm glad that yeah, it took me literally forever. I'm just like thinking about it 24/7. I'm like, how could I shade this in a way that it doesn't look like kind of scuffed? Mm. Nope. What does the churro taste like? I've never eaten one. Oh, actually, I haven't eaten one in like a really long time. But how can I even describe what it tastes like? It really depends on what you have with the churro as well. Like usually a churro by itself, like without any extra stuff. So usually churros will have like sugar and like most likely they'll have cinnamon on top as well. Um, then it tastes better like that if you have like a plain churro by itself. It's like literally just like fried batter, I guess you could say. That sounds really bad, but like simply put it, it's like yeah, literally like fried like batter, and then you have like sugar and cinnamon as like a dusting on top or like coating around it. And then a lot of people, the two most common like dippings we have with churros is either chocolate or salted, or not even salted caramel, just caramel is okay, but I do prefer salted caramel in my opinion. But I think these days like churros have like all sorts of dippings these days. Like they could have like actually, I don't even know. It's been like forever. I think the most recent one I heard was like some sort of like strawberry dipping with it. Yeah. They're pretty good, but I feel like, to be honest, they can get quite too much the flavor for me. But then again, I'm not a sweet tooth, so I can't eat a lot of sweet things. So yeah. So well, you are in Australia, and there are spiders do create. Honestly, the spiders in Australia are huge. So I've had the fear since I was a kid. Sorry, it makes sense. It really makes sense. But at the same time, it's like you'd think if you've encountered so much of a thing, you wouldn't get scared, right? You kind of get desensitized from it. But unfortunately, that's not the case. I really wish it was the case, but really no. Soft bread with the crunchy outside that's dipped with some sugar and cinnamon. Yes. Yes. Who adds things on churros? Do they know diabetes? But I feel like a lot of sweets just are really sugar heavy. So yeah. But yeah, I feel like a churro by itself without the sugar and cinnamon just doesn't taste the same. I've been to so many countries, but Australia does have them the biggest, and the place the most. Yeah, I feel like Australia just has a lot of bugs that I am not fond of at all. And then recently, like, actually, no, recently there was like it's been like probably like a decade I think ago was when I realized that there's cockroaches that can fly, and I have a deathly fear of cockroaches. I hate them so much. And when I found out that one could fly, I was bawling my eyes out. I was trembling in fear because it literally flew. Like, what happened was actually, I was playing games or something, and then I saw like a huge cockroach just crawling up my wall behind my monitor. And I was like, holy crap, there's a cockroach. Oh no. And then I go to run over to my brother's room and I knocked on his door. I'm like, can you help me kill this cockroach or get rid of it, please? Like, I'm scared. And he's like, oh yeah, I'll do it when I've like finished whatever I'm doing. I'm like, please hurry now, before we lose it. And then I'm like waiting in my room trying to like keep track of where it is so he can like kill it pretty much instantly or get rid of it, right? And then I'm like sitting down on the chair, like watching it, and then it flew up, and I was like, no way! And literally, I bolted out of my room. I was like, nah, I'm not dealing with this. The cockroach can have my room. I don't want it anymore. So luckily, eventually, like my brother got out of his room, and the cockroach landed on my bed, and he captured it, and he got rid of it. I was like, thank the Lord, he got rid of it, and I didn't lose the cockroach because I don't think I would be sleeping in my room that night at all. Literally the worst. Roach on the ground is fine because you can squash the flying ones. Yeah, literally you can't even. Not today, literally. I can't. No, the really bad thing is that I can't kill bugs. I feel bad. And also, like, when you spray bug spray, they don't die instantly, right? So, like, they slowly, like, either one, they'll run away, or two, they'll, like, slowly, like, bend in and they'll slowly die, right? Yeah. And then there's some bugs that are so resistant to bug spray that even if you spray it, like, so many times, it doesn't die. After that, you're like, I don't know what to do. It's the final boss. The flying was literally anything, any bug that can fly is literally the end of me. Don't worry, gift you pet spider next year. I will, I will not be your friend after that. I will cry like no tomorrow. Deathly fear of spiders. Like, you know how there's a TV show where they pretty much have, oh, I think it's called Fear Factor. Yeah, Fear Factor. I think it's an American show. I've seen like YouTube videos of it, and I could not imagine going on a show like that. Like, why would you put? I guess it's like monetary, like rewards, right? You get money if you survive all of these things at the end, right? But I don't think it's worth it. Like, in what world would you like want to like? Unless you really like don't have a fear of like any of the things that are there, then yeah, it's gonna be easy for you. But like in the case that it's like you don't know what's gonna happen, what's gonna come up in the show, I would not take the risk. Like, yes, you could get like a couple grand, but even then, I don't know. At the cost of my own like sanity, my own heart, I don't think I could. But at the same time, it's like I'm probably like just so easily scared that I could never. Like, I thought people have like the guts to do it, but I could never. Oh, really? Oh my god, only just recently? It's so good. But I feel like for soft shell crab, having it in the hand rolls is a lot better, in my opinion. Like, the best way to eat it, in my opinion, is to have it in the hand rolls. Like, my go-to like hand roll will have to be a soft shell crab. But the only problem with soft shell crab is that it can be hit or miss. I've had like a lot of instances where the soft shell crab is actually really bad. Like, either one, there's like no meat inside, or two, it's just really fishy. So yeah, as long as you go to like a really good place, it's gonna be good. But also, it's like, for at least soft shell crab ramen, I feel like not many places actually offer it. It's so good when they fry the crab. Yeah, right. That's what I mean. It's just so good. I remember when I found out about curry udon. This was back a couple years ago. I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago. No, not even. It was like 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago when I found out about curry udon. Oh my god, this is so good. I was so happy my friend introduced me to the place. Honestly, food recommendations from people is always the best. I feel like it's like one thing to like see reviews online or like recommendations online. It's like, oh, yeah, you can kind of trust them. But when like a friend has been to the place, it's like, oh, that surely is good. But at the same time, it's like, if you know the taste buds are good, then guaranteed. But it's like sometimes you feel like your taste buds are a little bit different. So one person will like really enjoy one place, but then you go there like, oh, it's okay. It's like mediocre. It's not like as good as that they're raving about. So that's the one thing I don't like about like kind of introducing or like recommending places to people. Because it's like, oh, I think it's really good, but like I'm scared that they might not like it. Which is always why like if I go out with friends to eat, I ask them, oh, do you have any place that you want to go eat? I think so usually I'll like be like, oh, I think probably if they have something they prefer to eat, I'm always down to like try whatever, right? I'm so open to eating different foods. Whereas, because I feel like my kind of pool of restaurants and places to eat is not that big. So, because usually for me, it's like if I like one thing, I'll get it over and over again until I get bored of it. And then I'll be like, oh, I feel like trying something different, feeling a little bit adventurous. And then I'll try it. And if I regret it, I'm like, oh, I knew it. I should have stuck with what I usually get. Yeah, one of those people. One to think about, Ariella, I just realized I don't know where in Australia you're based. I know like pretty much where everyone else is based. But I realized that I don't think I've ever heard where you were based. Unless you have kept it private for a reason, then I won't ask. Crab mode, yes, indeed, is still going strong. I still don't know. Maybe I should keep like a timer on it. Well, I don't know when to stop it. It's not like I have an issue with the crab mode at all. It's just, it's kind of funny thinking about like if someone comes into the stream like, oh, it's a crab stream. Why are they a crab? But I guess it kind of also makes the stream kind of interesting. Like, oh, what caused them to become a crab? Are they usually a crab? Yeah. The specs on the churro. Yes. Slowly making progress on making it actually look like a churro. I love the details. Honestly, I try to make the details like because the only problem I have with the details is that sometimes like my idea or something will translate to a more realistic version of the idea, and it's not what I want, to be honest. Like ideally, I want it to be a little bit more cartoony, but it's a bit difficult sometimes. Indeed, it is a churro. We're slowly making progress. Color is cinnamon. Cinnamon is like a dark brownish color. Yes, I actually am really proud of how these eyes turned out. I'm always like experimenting with how I want to draw eyes because I feel like eyes are like the standout point most of the time of the character. I think I need to bring up a reference of what churros look like. I really don't remember what it looks like. Gosh. It's honestly been a hot minute since I've had churros. Thinking I should know more of how to pronounce churros, right? I've heard some people pronounce it as actually in Australia I've heard it always been pronounced as churros, but I've heard online a lot of people pronounce it as churros, like Ross instead of Rose. Is there like a proper way to pronounce it? Does anyone know? And then again, I feel like I'm just bad at pronouncing things to begin with. Oh, the dusting of sugar is actually a lot. Okay. A lot more than I remember. Okay. How do I want to go around drawing this? Oh, okay. Risa, do you do character design commissions? Character design, as in like actually designing like from like scratch, or as in like, because I know for some people when they say character design, they mean like a character reference sheet. But usually I don't do character designs because I don't think I'm very original with my designs. As in, I feel like I'm not confident enough. That's what I mean. With references, I think I could, to be honest, I really could. I've never done it before, but I'm always open to, if someone wants to commission me for something specifically, then I am happy to do so. Given that it is like something I can do, obviously. But I think it's doable, to be honest. It's actually not that bad. If you just want my own, like, if you want, for example, like, actually, if you want something like from like complete scratch, then I don't think I would take it. But if you have references and ideas and you want like an artistic point of view from it as well on top, then I can do it. Like the most recent character design I did for myself was, let me have a, I think I have it on this PC here. Oh, yes, I do. This was the most recent design I did. And then prior to that, it was, I have a like a second version, like a more casual version of my character, my current character, which is this. And maybe I might commission. Can I read? Oh my god! And maybe might commission you to create my character for my VTuber model. Oh, that would be fun. To be honest, I really want to draw more female characters because surprisingly enough, a lot of characters I've drawn have been males. So yeah. Oh, this is someone I commissioned, but the character design was like on my behalf. Yeah. This was completely my own like character design. And my drawing. Yeah. So yeah. If it's something you're interested in, feel free to DM me. I will pop you on my waitlist again. If you want to like think about it, of course, like, you know, bring up references and stuff as well. We can talk about it later if you want. But yeah, I really do. Like, if you would let me do that, I would love that. I love drawing like females, but I just unfortunately don't have too much opportunity to really draw them. So yeah. Because the funny thing is that I find males a lot more difficult to draw than females, but somehow I've been commissioned to draw more males, and I'm like, hello. I don't mind it. Like, I still find it really fun to draw male characters. But yeah, it would be an honor. Yes, I am in the server. I just don't really chat too much in the server, unfortunately. Hopefully my DMs are open as well. I'm pretty sure they are. I don't think I've ever touched settings to close them. So yeah. The funny thing is actually I'm really relatively quite quick when it comes to sketching ideas, but then I take forever to finish the actual commission. Maybe I should just open sketch commissions. It would make my life a lot easier. But at the same time, the only problem why I don't open sketch commissions is because I don't like unfinished works, which is really counterintuitive. So I always have that disclaimer with my like people who want to commission me. I'm like, if you're happy to wait, then just disclaimer that I'm not like the quickest artist. So yeah, if you're happy to wait, I'm happy to take your commission, but just a heads up, you know, kind of thing. Yes, I will definitely be happy to take on your commission as well. No, that's okay. Of course, of course. It's just you know, at the back of my head, Soju embedded there. Oh yeah, you said that you were gonna change your name, right? When was that again? I forgot the date. It was like in 2 weeks. So it will no longer be Soju. Be Lyra, right? Is that what that was the name, right? I think so. Did you have to wait for your account to be like a certain age to be able to change your username? Or did you remember? I'm so happy. Yeah, because I actually really liked your username. It was so pretty to me. Honestly, the vibes of your like your current model and the name really matched. I was like, I wish I could come up with like really nice names as well. Because I was thinking about if I ever like re-debut, I guess, with like a different model, I would kind of want to change to a name that kind of matches with the model. But then I'm like, but I've already kind of created the identity of like Ristu, right? So changing the whole thing is kind of like, yeah. I ended up changing my user to Soju Kitty because Dokiko. Ah, that's right. Because back when you were just a viewer, right, and then you played with him. I don't remember that. I remember. I remember the first encounter was when you guys were playing Roblox and you were playing that the horror map. And I was like, oh my god, I didn't know that Roblox had this kind of like content. Was that? Yeah, I remember. Oh, it really takes me back. Risa is iconic at this point, honestly. I didn't want him to be super confused. Yeah, makes sense. That's also the reason why I don't want to change my username. Because I've already like created this identity. I'm like, if I leave it, it's not the same. Because like literally like one day if I change everything, pop up on your like following feed, like who that? Like, oh, you listen to stream. Oh, it's Risa. Oh, okay, okay. Oh no, it's okay, it's okay. I want to turn off ads. I wish there was an option to turn off ads. That's the worst, really. But I wasn't really saying too much. I was talking about how once you create an identity like under a certain name, like it's hard to kind of go away from it unless you like completely change everything. So yeah, it'd be difficult. Oh, it's because if you sub, there's no ads. So that's the benefit of yeah, of subbing. Easy fix. Yeah, you literally didn't even need to think about it, honestly.
Good job.
Oh my god. That's what you meant by easy fix, but thank you for the gifted sub. I don't know. But thank you, thank you. Too kind. Actually insane. We are anti-ads here, honestly. We are so anti-ads. Ads are the worst. Oh, this was on my playlist? Oh my god. This was a bop. Honestly, within anime, if you guys have watched Shinoko, if you haven't, I recommend. It is such a good song. Unfortunate. No, I did hear. Actually, so I'm pretty sure it's fake. I pray that it's fake. I saw like a lot of like reels or like theory crafting online. I don't really know if it's theory crafting, but they mentioned how apparently like in the manga, I think it was or somewhere, where apparently Ruby and Aqua, they actually end up having a kid together, and that kid has a double sparkle eyes, and it's I, and I'm like, what? No way. That no way. That can't be real. Surely, like in our world, there is no way that they would condone that kind of stuff, right? But I guess technically it's fiction, so they can do whatever they want, right? But the morals behind it, I don't know. It's a bit of a yikes, in my opinion. I just hope that it's not actually real. It was indeed a banger. Yes, yes. I do also want to find a new anime to watch. At the moment, I've been binge watching One Piece. A few other ones that I've been watching, but I kind of stopped. What was I watching again? Happy Marriage, I think it was really good. It's on Netflix. And there was also Horimiya, the second season, which was, I think forgot about it. To be honest. I've got that. Actually, it's more like I think the recent episodes weren't as good, so I kind of took a pause for it. Then Jujutsu Kaisen recently made a comeback, so I've been watching that as well. Yeah, I feel like I used to be able to watch multiple animes in one go at the same time. I don't think I could do that anymore. I don't think I have like the emotional capacity, the mental capacity to be able to watch different animes at the same time now. I remember at one point there was like I watched a lot of romance animes, and then I think they actually were really similar, but I ended up just merging the two animes in my brain and then be like, oh, I think this happened, but in reality it didn't actually happen. So I'm like, huh, maybe I should stop doing this. I'm gonna quickly switch back to the other model, back to normal Risu instead of crab Risu. Um, Oh, I just remembered last time we said that the ear was too big. Kind of gave monkey vibes. Should we make the ear a little bit smaller this time? Thank you for the stretch redeem as well. Quickly stretch your butt, Nick. Honestly, because like drawing requires you to like kind of hunch over. It's so bad. Honestly, like I feel like when you're at your PC, you'll find any like position that seems uncomfortable comfortable. Like you'll be like literally doing acrobatics in your chair, trying to feel like, but it's still comfortable. Like it doesn't make any sense. Oh really? I don't know what it looked like. I was just stretching my neck. The back of my neck was not doing the best, honestly. Vanya, hello, welcome, welcome. How are you today? Did it look really scuffed? I feel like it probably looked really scuffed, right? So I remember that like back in the days when I first got this bottle, when I hydrate, I would face the camera and I'll drink water, right? And because I drink out of a bottle, I tilt my head up, and it looked very non-say so. Let's just say that it looked kind of weird. So I was like, let me turn away whenever I hydrate now, so it doesn't look as weird. So yeah. We had profuse stretches. Yeah, usually I try to turn away so my bottle doesn't look weird. Oh, do you recognize Soju? Do we have like a small reunion here? We indeed do. Oh, from Pablo streams. Uh-huh. Wait, there are like 4 streamers in this chat. Are there? Are you a streamer as well, Bonyu? If you are, have a quick look. Then I found you as how I found you was you recommended. Ah, usually it's like small communities. I feel like a lot of people just know each other. And then especially recommended as well, which is really good because then you kind of see familiar faces between like if you jump between streams, you're like, oh, I don't know, I know you from like X's chat, you know. I streamed once. How was the experience? I feel like first streams are always so terrifying. Especially when like you're not too familiar with the whole streaming stuff. Oh, if I look back at like old clips, I'm like, what was my layout back in the day? Like what was going on? It was so ugly. It looked so bad. I was terrified. Right. So scary. Yeah, do you have a schedule, Soju? I'm honestly surprised that I used to not have a schedule at all. And then only recently I was like, oh, maybe I should like commit to a schedule so that people just they were like, what when are you streaming? I don't know. Kind of on a break. Oh, when's your exam? I hope you're studying well. Good luck. Good luck. Because I saw that you were having a few study streams, and I was like, reading the questions you were like doing, I was like, hello, this seems hard. Even though it was like just a quiz. On the 20th? In like less than a week. Oh my god, good luck, good luck. Is it your nursing exam, right? Honestly, I don't understand how like people study nursing and they study
もしもーし。
like being a doctor. And thank you for the follow, Banya. Welcome, welcome. Like because I am studying like a specific area in the medical field, I guess you could say. And I'm like stressed. I'm like, I was having this discussion with one of my colleagues. I was like, how can we be like struggling over just this one specific area in like the medical field? And then we have like doctors and we have like nurses who literally have to know everything. It's crazy. I did not study. It's okay. We have break days. I think it's good to have break days. Because honestly, studying like constantly really does take a toll on your brain. So yes, it's okay. Don't, bash yourself over it. It's okay. It's okay. Have a study for 3 days all the Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't stress too much about it. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. Thank God I'm out of uni, honestly. Technically, I am out of uni, but I'm trying to go for my master's, so I have to do like applications and everything. And it's kind of stressful. I still haven't written my personal statement, and it's due in less than a month. Luckily, it's luckily in less than a month, but I should probably start that because I have no idea what to write. Have to try and sell myself to the academics of the uni. And then pray that after that I could get an interview. Yeah. Soji, some of the greatest pieces of work I've done in the last. Honestly, that's been me the entire time at uni. Last minute, so many things. Oh, it's a licensing exam. Okay, that one. Literally come out as the most scuffed nurse, but like in the workforce, you're like, oh, like a patient comes in, they're like, oh, sorry, like I have this concern and I need your help. Well, no, even worse, like they're in the bed, like the hospital bed. I'm like, nurse, I need your help. I'm having these symptoms and I don't know what to do. And you're like, let me go ask someone else to see what I can do to help you. They would not trust you at all. They were like, how are you a nurse? Yeah. I don't know what to do. No. Seems like a little still VTubers. So yeah, it's like a side thing apparently. Just trying to ease the tension. I did that in nursing school and now right, yeah. Once you're out and you finish your degree and you actually gotta get the license, that's when you're like, I shouldn't have done that. I should probably have paid attention and really like let everything soak in. Because I'm presuming that you probably have a practical exam as well, right? I trust you if you are my nurse. Depends. Situational, I think. But yeah, I think eventually you get that. If you do it, like, I know it's like very costly to redo the licensing exam. But surely after like so many times of doing it, you'll get the gist of it. $200. Oh, yeah, it'd be expensive. Practical exam. Oh, I could be a nurse that gives medicine shots. That's true. It's not the worst. Tequila shot ale. Ease the pain, you know. Let them be in a state of, you know, of peace. Just happy. You know, happy drugs. Hell yeah. The easier one, you know. Go from being a nurse to being what's it called, a bartender, you know. The polar opposites. Tequila is so bad. I hate it so much. Like I've only like taken tequila shots like max like probably 5 times in my life, and all 5 times hated it. I would like to say it's probably the worst tasting alcohol. I prefer to down a shot of vodka over a shot of tequila. And with tequila, usually like you'd follow up with like lime and salt or lemon and salt. Lime and salt, yeah. Does not help at all. It helps like ever so much, but literally does not make a difference in my opinion. It still tastes like permanent mocha. Like, why? Like, yes, you can get drunk really quickly, but I don't think it's worth it. The burn? No. Actually, the burn is fine. I think the sensation of the burn is fine, but the taste of it, terrible. I hate it so much. Helps cleanse my soul. I really think, honestly, soju is like, I don't think I can even drink soju anymore. I feel like my tolerance for alcohol has gone down the drain. Literally, it's so bad now. I could be a doctor. I've played Surgeon Simulator and did the heart transplant in under 1 minute in BR. Yes, of course, you can be a surgeon after that. My tolerance is bad. Honestly, my tolerance used to be decent back in the day. Like, this was like back in like the first couple years of uni, I guess you could say. And then these days, oh boy. I like had a I think I went on a trip with my boyfriend, and then we're like, let's drink on this trip just to have some fun, you know? And then he's like a heavyweight pretty much. Like he can handle his alcohol, whereas I can't. And I'm like, let's see my limit. How much soju can I drink till I get tipsy? The first trip we went on, like I think it was actually not too bad. I managed to down almost 2 bottles. Like it was like I kind of made them into like, what do you call them? Cocktails, I guess you could say. So it wasn't as bad. But then the second time around recently, I went on a trip, and then I literally could barely drink 1.5 as well. Like I'm not gone, but I don't feel good afterwards. And now I literally have like PTSD from drinking soju, because I literally, the first time around it was fine. I didn't vomit or anything, but the second time I literally vomited. And I was like, the taste of specifically, I think it was the apple flavor. No, cannot drink it anymore. The apple flavor is like my kryptonite now. It's so bad. And then there was another flavor that it literally sounds so nice, right? But I thought apple was gonna be fine, honestly. I was like, apple, you can't really go wrong with apple. And then I was like, oh, apple mango. Green grape is also bad. I feel like green grape is better than apple in my opinion, but still bad. The only two that I can drink completely fine is the yogurt one and also the peach one. I feel like maybe it's just because I have PTSD after drinking the apple one. The apple mango tastes so bad to me. Oh yeah, melon is pretty good as well. Strawberry is okay. Oh, there was another one. I think blueberry was also really bad as well. I feel like I've tried so many flavors now that I'm like, I know which ones to steer away from. No, they have a coffee one. Why? Why? Like coffee liqueur tastes nice because it's like a creamy kind of thing. But why would you add soju and coffee together? Have you tried it? Doesn't taste so bad. Why does that exist? Why? What does it taste like? Like, I can't imagine what that would taste like. Coffee, so actually, let's see a list of soju flavors. But I guess it also depends on what brand you get as well, because I know that apparently the brands actually represent which region in Korea the distillery is from. It's actually a strong coffee flavor. Interesting. A list of different soju flavors. Let's have a look. Oh, nice. The website's like, oh, gotta verify you're human. I'm not a bot. Thanks. 12 soju flavors you never knew existed. Honey soju. Oh, honey soju would taste nice, I'd imagine. I wanted to mix it with milk or coffee ice cream, but I didn't have any at the time, so I drank it with Pepsi. No, wait, what? Coke and Pepsi. Wait, no, Coke and milk was a thing at one point, wasn't it? The thought of that kind of makes me sick, to be honest. It doesn't sound great at all. Oh, it's just this one particular brand that seems to do a lot of different flavors. So they have like honey soju, they have raspberry soju. There's the Americano, which is like the coffee soju. They have ginger soju. Lychee, lychee soju. That sounds nice. Apple mango was a tragedy for me. Citron. Also like that will probably taste good as well. Interesting. There's actually a lot of different flavors. Wow. Oh my god, wait, this is actually a thing. A soju latte. Oh my god. Hello? This is actually a thing. You mean pilk? Pepsi and milk? Wait, really? Wait, is this actually a thing? Do you actually really like it? Well, to be honest, I've never tried it, so I can't technically hate on it, right? If I haven't tried it. But the thought of it is, yeah, it's kind of cursed. It doesn't sound too good. Honestly. I've never tried pilk. Oh, really? But I think it'd be like a root. I guess so. Technically, yeah, it makes sense. Because if you have a melted ice cream float, like what's it called? Any sort of like, um, my brain is fried at the moment. Any soft drink float, it's the same thing. So like a Coke float. Oh, actually not a float. It's a float and a spider is the same thing, right? I think so. Like a float is just like a drink with ice cream on top, right? I think it's an Australian thing. Yeah, I think it's an Australian thing. In Australia, we call those spiders, which is the funniest thing. Like, we really name everything like the weirdest thing there is out there. And then we should, yeah, we call them spiders. I don't know why. Maybe it's because, like, when when the ice cream melts down, like, say you have, for example, you have like a glass. You have like a glass and then of like soft drink. And then you have like the ice cream. So the ice cream on like top. This is like a scuffed ice cream. You get what I mean, right? And then it trickles down. And it kind of looks like a spider, I think. I don't know. A milk advocator. I would love to visit Australia one day. I swear. Honestly, I think Australia would be like a fun place to visit. To live here is quite chill as well. Depends where you go. Yeah, I do love our beaches here though. So yeah, if you ever come to Australia, definitely visit and visit during spring. Because during spring is like the best. Actually, spring or autumn. I prefer autumn in my opinion, but spring is like a good time. Like late spring, getting into summer is like the best time to really go to the beaches because it's not too hot. Because the summers in Australia can get pretty hot as well. It's like an octopus, not a spider, which is come to your bed. Damn, trying to risk me up. Ayo. But yeah. But I guess like because the octopus has like the little like actually no, that makes sense. Technically it would be an octopus. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, to be honest, Australians just name things very weirdly. For literally no particular reason. Like the slang here, honestly, sometimes I'm like, as a person who lives in the city, like our slang is not that bad. But if you go like more west, I guess you could say, or more into the countryside, the slang is literally I don't understand it. I'm like, what? What did you say? Yeah. But then it's not even just like the slang. I feel like this generation's like internet slang, I guess you could say, it's like just as bad. Like you use words or like make up words and it's just like, how does this correlate? Like where did Riz come up from? I don't even know like the origins of that. Where did it come from? What does it stem from? Why Riz? But I guess at the same time you don't really question like internet slang. You're like, yep, just accept it. Charisma. Ah, yeah. That makes sense actually. Yeah. What's another like recent? Yeah. What's another recent I don't know. I'm the Rizzler. Soju the Rizzler. Don't even need the new username, you know? Just Soju the Rizzler, you know? Riz Soju. That's the way. Who needs Lyra, you know? Who needs a new username? That would be hilarious. And then I think what would it like complete the package is if you have like an overlay that has like all the you know, do you remember like the old school like meme like photos? Like they'll have like the 420 blazer, that kind of like vibe. Do you remember that kind of stuff? With like the Mountain Dew, the Doritos, all that kind of stuff. With like the CSGO kind of like the what do you call it? The crosshair, that kind of stuff. Oh my god. Early internet memes were something else, honestly. How the internet has evolved. Let me have a look. Let me see if I can find it. Actually, could I even find like a YouTube video? Let me see. Oh, MLG, that's what I was calling you. Oh my god. Hold up. Wait, can I? Is this the one? It's 3 years ago. No, this is not it. Oh, let me try and find it. Ah, that's very loud. Is this it? I heard that actually. Okay, I think I found a similar kind of thing. It's very cursed, mind you. Okay. Let me switch to window capture.
Fucking right in the pussy.
Literally,
Wow.
it's something else. Old school memes was so bad. They were like, oh, this is not even like a good one though. Oh, this is not an extreme version of it. I realized it's actually not even that long ago. It's only been like 3 years. I know, I'm trying to find a more chaotic one. They used to be so chaotic. Yeah, this is... This is what I mean by chaos. Oh my god, my ears though.
Alright, guys.
Honestly. Oh lord. Yeah. Very iconic. Oh no, I think it was actually no, that was even longer ago than that. 8 years ago. Wow, it's been, oh my god, it's almost been a decade since those ones came out. Honestly. Imagine someone debuted with that kind of thing. That would be hilarious. That would be like the ultimate debut stream. Absolute chaos, but gold. Hilarious. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick toilet break, so I will quickly be right back. And I am back. Thank you, thank you. The funny thing is, I don't know if you've watched One Piece, or if anyone's watched One Piece in the chat. After I like first listened to the song, I've literally been obsessed with the song since. Honestly, it's very catchy, the song. And then when I found out that that Otter, the singer for, and I guess I don't know if she's the voice actor as well for Uta in the One Piece Red film. I think it was Red, yeah. Song. I was like, yes, a proper version of the song. We take those because before only Brooke sang the song, and I was like, there's no official version of the song, unfortunately. And then she eventually sang it. I was like, hey, yes, I'm not up to date yet, but I'll take this. No, that's okay. Yes, toilet break. Oh, you ever watch One Piece? Oh, I recommend. If you ever have like nothing to watch, I do recommend One Piece. But it's a lot of dedication. Like I started actually no. We really have like nothing to do. It's possible to like binge watch like 200 episodes in probably like a week or two. Kind of crazy. I have a friend who did that, and I was like, I took like more than a month to get to like, I don't know how long have I even been watching it? Because I'm like up to like 400 and something now, 450 pretty much I think, and it's taken me quite some time. This is me like constantly watching it on and off as well. So yeah. Yeah, I can't believe that because I remember because I share like I borrow one of my friends like Crunchyroll accounts, and then I was like, oh, it keeps going back to like episodes or like arcs or seasons before the ones that I'm up to. That means that someone else is watching it, and then the next thing I know, they're like literally like a few arcs or a few seasons before where I'm up to. I'm like, hello. How could they be that fast at watching it? And I found out who it is, and I'm like, bro, you literally have nothing to do. How can you binge watch that much? And it's like, this is very true. They have a lot of recap. So in the like early episodes, like probably early 300 probably 400 episodes. I don't know, I can't say for episodes after that, but there is a lot of recap. Like technically, usually like an episode of anime is like 20 minutes, right? Because of all the recap and like back story, I guess you could say, the episode's only really like 10 minutes long. So yeah, I think I'm getting up to the part where it's a bit more juicy, so they don't need to really give us much backstory. So it probably is a longer kind of episode. Yeah. And also like I think from my own personal experience as well, getting into One Piece was actually quite difficult. First season was like really not much that was going on. Like you kind of learn about the characters and like their backstory kind of. There's nothing really too interesting. I think you're like, and then the only reason why I continued watching it or went back into watching it, I tried to watch One Piece like a while ago, and then I watched like the first 2 episodes and I was like, there's no way I can continue this. But everyone kept telling me it gets better. It really gets better like later down the line. Like I know like it's a lot of episodes where it's really not that good. But after you get to a certain arc, that's when like shit hits the fence pretty much. Things are good from there. Like action happens. Like things in the world of One Piece really go off. And yeah, I would say, yeah, definitely. I think, to be honest, there are quite a few episodes you can probably skip. And they have a lot of filler episodes as well that you don't need to watch. But I've also heard that like the reason why they do so many filler episodes is so that they don't catch up to the manga. So if they catch up to the manga, then it's like they have nothing to do. They're just gonna go on hiatus and it's like not ideal. So yeah. There's also a reason why like I don't read mangas a lot as well. If I'm watching like if I read a manga before I watch the anime, I get really disappointed from the anime because I'm just like the manga was so much better. The manga will always be a lot better, but it's nice to see things animated. So yeah. I love Miraculous Ladybug though. It's such a good show. But honestly, yeah, I've seen a lot of like older people, like I'd say like probably early teens and beyond that, really enjoy it on the internet. And I was like, oh, it looks like a very much of a kid's show. And it never really like enticed me, I guess. It's full of filler, but it's actually so good. I really, because like, it's actually, I really want to watch Bluey. Like, apparently, it's a kids show, but like, apparently the whole family can enjoy it. Like, both kids and also adults as well. And it's so cute as well. And I'm like, one day. I've seen clips of it here and there as well, and it looks really cute. Very wholesome. Yeah, right. I feel like they pop up so often. And a lot of the clips I've seen are actually quite funny as well. And a lot of times I'm like, oh wow, this is a kid's show. But yeah. Very cute. Another like TV series that I was actually interested in watching was We Bare Bears. Because I saw so many clips that were so cute and very funny as well. I wanted to watch it before. I know, honestly, the 3 bears, so cute. I don't even know where you could watch it. Yeah, with shows, usually, like, I don't like watching it by myself as well. But also, like, trying to find time with someone who... Actually, it's not even finding time. Like, trying to find, like, something that people are like, other people would, like, want to watch together is hard. And then also arranging time to watch together is even, like, the next step. That's even, like, harder to do. I want to watch shows and animes, but I can't watch them alone because I want someone to experience it with me. Yeah. Would you prefer to experience it with someone who's watched it before or someone who's like first time as well with you? I feel like watching it first time with someone is good. But at the same time, like I'm the type to ask a lot of questions when I watch something, right? Like, for example, with One Piece, like with my boyfriend, he's watched it before. So I always have so many questions like, oh, in this, like, why does this happen? Or does this happen? Or like, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, he's happy to answer. And I'm like, that gives me reassurance. But at the same time, I kind of spoil it for myself. It's kind of weird. Because, like, I am the type who's curious about a show, like things that happen like later down the show, but I don't like spoilers. So I'm a very like conflicted kind of like person. I don't know what I feel. That's the bad thing about like, say for example, like Instagram Reels. I've somehow managed to kind of train my algorithm to have a lot of One Piece reels. And so now I like every other reel will be like some sort of spoiler and I'm like, oh, well, how do I retrain this to not give me these kind of videos? I don't want these videos. But at the same time, it's like when I see the short video of like, oh, I want to know what happens anyways. So there's like a lot of big events that happen in the anime that I've been spoiled for, unfortunately already, and I'm like, it was fun to watch, but then it's like not gonna give you the same kind of emotional impact when it actually happens in the anime. So confliction. Whereas with Sunny, need my server permissions back for next week animal party. What do you mean? Server permissions? What do you need server permissions? Party animals next week? I thought, is it on sale next week or is it on sale at the moment? It just got released, didn't it? Oh, which reminds me. I really want to play animal parties, but I don't know if the other player. I've talked to it with like my group of like IRL group of friends, and they don't really seem to be too interested in it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it is out. Recently, I must look. I'm crawling into bed and probably sleep. It's 2 a.m. Yes, please go to sleep. Oh my god, please sleep. Rest well, sleep well, have good dreams, no nightmares, and I will catch you next time. I'm a knower of things. I thought it was it not? I remember it being out. Animal Party. It is out. What do you mean? On Steam, it's out. It was released. Oh, pre-purchase. My bad. Sorry. It was released on Steam, but yeah. But I like to support lovely Mama. Yes, Mama. Thank you, thank you. I know it's not out. Alright, it's out on Steam. That's what I thought. I saw it was available on Steam, so I was like, oh, surely it's out. But yeah, it's very cute. I want to play it. But I don't know if the others want to play it. Literally, the only reason why I want to play it is because they're such cute characters. And it's chaos. So, yeah. Alfredo, hello, welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? But yeah, if people are down to play it, I will play it 100%. I just don't know if the others want to play it. That's the only thing. I am doing well. I am doing well. Slowly working through commissions, but yeah, we're getting there. Oh yeah, that's right. I was looking for a while, so no, that's okay. Like honestly, I am happy where people look. I don't mind at all. I'm happy to just be in the background. Because I do that a lot as well. I am a big lurker on other people's streams. Like sometimes I'll just be like watching people in the background while I do stuff. So there's no stress. I don't mind if people don't chat. Honestly, I love that Shuki's emotes have ears. Wait, does Shuki's model originally have ears? It didn't, right? But he has an option to put them on. I think that's what happened. Was it? I think so. I could be wrong. I haven't watched his streams in a while. And I was asking if Shuki's model originally has what's a cat ears? Dog ears. Dog ears, yeah. Because his emotes have dog ears on them and they're very cute. My music's too loud. My music might be a little bit loud. Yes, thank you for the hydrate as well. I will hydrate. But yeah, they're probably going to complain about controllers. But to be honest, I don't really think anybody really has a controller. The only reason why I had a controller was because I borrowed my brother's. So yeah. But I feel like it's a lot easier to play with controller anyways. With keyboard, the key bindings are very, very hard, I feel like. Thank you for that screen redeem. Thank you, thank you. Well, I'm back, but one last screen before I have to go. Thank you. Appreciate it so much. Gotta make a statement. Ah, yes, this is a thing that Neko does here in the chat. Every so often we get a scream redeem. Yeah, gotta keep everyone awake, you know. Oh, actually, I just realized. If Soji's still listening, I feel so bad. She's just like trying to fall asleep and then you've got like a scream going on in the background. Oh, poor Soji. But I'm just gonna hydrate, give you 1 second. Yes, indeed. May she rest in peace. Hopefully she doesn't get any nightmares, you know? I'm gonna keep drawing with you. Yes. We can draw together. Honestly, I wanna create more artist friends. Like a dream I've seen like a few Korean streamers do this where they have like a Discord call and they pretty much screen share with each other of them like drawing together. They're drawing like their own like, you know, work. Ultimate dream. Let's be friends then. I'm always so happy to just sit and call and draw. Yes, yes. Do you stream by any chance or are you just a viewer? No, just a viewer. Sorry, no, that's okay. No need to be sorry. I think usually it's less intimidating if it's not a streamer. Sometimes it's kind of scary. That's why I'm like kind of grateful that I became friends with like Ducky, kind of Shugi. I guess I'm acquainted with Shugi, I guess. And then Soju, Popple, that whole group. Because honestly, making friends, I guess, in the streamer space is kind of hard. Especially because I don't have that much time to really lurk around in streams because of like IRL commitments and jobs and whatnot. So the fact that they like reached out and everything, I was so happy. I was like, yes, streamer friends in this. And the fact, no, I think I was actually so happy because a lot of them were actually Australian as well. And I'm like, oh yes, same time zones. I can relate now, yes. And they're also kind and like welcoming and stuff like that. Yeah. I'm really happy for you. I only looked a few times, but you always seem really sweet. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, honestly, I always like wanna. I'm very much kind of like a people pleaser, I guess you could say. Like I want to keep people like happy. Like sometimes, like if it's like a case where someone is not exactly a good person, then in that case, like it's hard for me. Like I'm always like conflicted. I'm like, like I'm, but inside I'm not happy. Like I don't feel like 100%. But on the outside, I have to appear really nice and everything. Like it's a double-edged sword pretty much, but like at the end of the day, it's like as long as you provide like a good image, you can pretty much like kill them with kindness, I guess you could say. Like if you did nothing wrong, then you can never be in the wrong, right? I mean, if you ever wait, right? If you like, usually it's just like kindness. Usually can never really go wrong unless like the other person is that bad of a person. Then unfortunately, there's not too much you can do. Yeah. So I remember at one of my jobs in the past, pretty much what happened was there was a couple that were I think they were I guess well prepared to shoplift of they've done it before. So they are very manipulative with their words, I guess you could say. So pretty much I saw them shoplift, but part of me I was like, I don't know, like wait, I just got back. We shoplifting now? No, not me. Unfortunately, not me. But I experienced serving a couple who were shoplifting. So, and there wasn't too much I could do, to be honest, because I didn't know what exactly the company policies were because, to be honest, I don't really read that stuff because I didn't really expect it to happen. So I was like, oh, I don't think technically I'm allowed to say ask them to empty their pockets, which technically I think you probably could, but like because we don't have any security in our store, I was like, oh, I kind of how they teach us or how they taught us was like, oh, if you see someone shoplifting, just like bring up the conversation of like, oh, hey, I saw that you picked up this pair of like, say for example, I saw you pick up this pair of glasses or like sunglasses or whatever, and would you like to continue with that purchase, kind of thing. And then I tried to use that tactic because that's how they pretty much tell you to do it. And they're like, oh no, sorry, I didn't. Actually, they didn't even apologize. They're like, no, I didn't take it. And then he pulls his phone out of his pocket. So he has a really baggy jacket, and so, you can't tell if there's anything else inside his pocket. It's like a hoodie with like the kangaroo pocket, I guess you could say. The ones where you can shove like both hands from both sides, like you have like your hoodie, like the body of your hoodie. And then you have this kind of pocket, right? So you can shove your hands both in here. That makes sense. Front pocket, yeah. So he like grabs out his phone and is like, oh, this is like my phone's in there, there's nothing else. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I can't exactly accuse him of it. So I was like, well, I pointed to like the section of where like there's a missing pair of sunglasses or glasses. And then I'm like, oh, like this slot is empty. Like, was it like that beforehand? And they're like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, oh my God, how do I do this in a way that I'm not exactly accusing them. Like, I'm not really accusing them. And I was like, and then I pretty much follow them around, and then eventually I'm just like, I'm just gonna call security and hopefully they can come in, like center security, so they can come in and hopefully handle it. So as I'm calling, she's the lady of the couple was like, oh, are you accusing us of like shoplifting? And then honestly in that situation I should have just said yes, I am. But I wanted to be nice and be like, oh no, I'm not. And then pretty much she like, it's like it's always the Karens. It's not really Karens, but like those kind of people who they bring out their phones and then they shove it in your face and like, I'm recording you. Like I've got evidence like that, it's you, whatever. I'm like, well, what's the point of you having a photo of me? Like, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not the suspect. Like, what do you want? You gotta keep track of my face for a reason, right? So I call center security. Unfortunately, they literally come in as like they already left. And then the lady was like, oh, are you like accusing us of like shoplifting? Like I have this pair of like, I think she said there was like a Tommy Hilfiger sunglasses and they're like $500. Like how can you accuse us of like not having money and stealing? And I was like, well, in my brain I was like, that pair of sunglasses probably stolen as well. But I'm not gonna say anything. So I was just like, oh, what can I do? So yeah. Like as I was calling like center security, the other guy managed to steal another 2 pair of glasses, and I was like, oh, man, you know what? I don't get paid enough for this. Like I'm just gonna like do what I can, try and get the footage, and tell the company like we got shoplifted. And yeah, pretty much HR they didn't do anything, and even if like the police aren't gonna do anything either, so it's like, cool, you lost some glasses, but the company's so big they really don't care. But the funny thing, that like really contradicting thing, is that the company is always like, oh, like we're gonna send out like some training things or like some like training modules to teach you guys how to like avoid shoplifting. And I'm like, I really hate HR so much because they don't think about things realistically. Like they think about things like all about stats and stuff and like how it would work in theory. But in the real world, it doesn't work like that. And I'm like, come on, it really doesn't take that much brain cells, like just that much brain to think about how this would actually work in the real life situation. But I guess they can just get paid to do what they like to do, like to set these things up, right? To not actually take care of it. So yeah. Literally it's a write-off. And then the worst thing is that because I'm like not like up there, like I don't have like a very valuable or powerful role, I get like roasted by my manager. Actually, not really roasted by my manager. The manager's always just like, heads up, this is how you can like avoid fraud, like what's it called, shoplifting. And I'm like, yeah, Like every situation is different. I can apply these ideas and stuff, but realistically, I'm not gonna stop them. Like I'm not gonna risk my own like physical like safety try and stop these guys. Like my life is not worth like a peasant like not really a peasant like my life is not worth like what 300 400 bucks for a pair of like luxury sunglasses, for example, right? So you know if they're gonna steal it, like just take it. And I'm just gonna like give people a heads up. So yeah. Leaders, don't let people shoplift, but also don't call them out if they shoplift. Literally. Literally. I hate it so much. But like, what can you do, right? This one time I tripped a shoplifter was fun. Oh my god. By accident or on purpose? How did they even react after that anyways? Oof, sorry. My bad. No, it would be hilarious if it's like literally comedic in the sense like they trip over and everything like falls out of their pockets, you know, that kind of like comedy, like cartoony vibes. That would be hilarious. I didn't work there. I just saw them grab a bunch of stuff and the cashier asked for attention, but they walked. Ah, damn. I feel like a lot of like people generally as bystanders, they don't try to stop things. Like there's no point. It's like technically a lot of people think it's not my business. If I get like kind of butt in, there could be consequences for myself. So better not, you know, meddle with it. Like, you know, that staff could take care of it, you know, kind of thing. Oh yeah, no, they dropped everything and then yelled at me. I love that. I love that so much. Yes, karma. We love that. Security started coming in. He snatched up the he should have ran. Ah. So I think, to be honest, at the end of the day, I am still scared of like confronting any sort of like shoplifters because I think it wasn't that long ago. It was probably like a couple months ago where I saw in the news that I think this was at like a Kathmandu in like a western suburbs, I think it was. So pretty much the staff tried to stop them and then she got jumped by the person stealing and also all the friends from outside. It was kind of scary and I was like, damn. This is like literally like literally fear instilled into me. Like I don't want to mess with any sort of shoplifters anymore. You literally have no idea what they're gonna do. Like you're pretty much lucky if they don't want to like, if they just get scared and they just run off. Because I've seen a lot of like security footage of like other stores where like shoplifters just run for it. Like that's the easiest way to like pick it out, right? To just run. But there's a lot of people who try to be sneaky about it. And then there's a lot of people who are very aggressive about it. So luckily I haven't come across people who are aggressive. Like I remember like I was on a group meeting with like a training meeting with other people and there was someone who mentioned to the trainer, she was like, oh, our store's actually got this one shoplifter that everyone knows. He's always in here to steal. He always manages to steal because usually like they're like the only person working and then the guy is like a lot bigger than them. He's a lot more aggressive and assertive. So if they tried to do anything, it just would not end well. So yeah, very, very scary. And it's not like you can exactly, I don't know if you can blacklist people. Like, I don't know if the company actually blacklists people. I guess you can technically refuse service as well, but you're not really exactly providing a service to them anyways, because they come in and they steal and that's it. You don't really get the opportunity to give service, right? If I don't work there and I don't think I'm in danger, I'll give them a hard time, yeah. Once at a Subway, this old lady was yelling at this cashier that looked like a teen, so I felt bad, so I called her old. And she did it. That is hilarious. Oh my god. I love when they call for the manager and it's like, well, I don't think the manager's gonna do anything. Like, cool, you're talking to a manager, but and what, right? Literally, and what? Like, they're just gonna tell you to screw off, you know, like most of the time the manager will probably actually it depends. It depends on the manager. Some managers will be like, oh, the customer's always right, gotta, you know, show face about the company, gotta, you know, find some sort of common ground with the customer. If you get lucky and you have like a really nice manager who sides with you, then like you're set. They'll stand around and they'll be like, no, you're wrong. My staff is good, you know. Can't refuse service theory. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, I don't even know. If even if you like you go out to the person and be like, oh sorry, like, can you leave the store? Like I've seen you stealing before, you know, for example, like what like, you can't physically remove them unless I guess you can call security to try and remove them, but unlikely, right? They'll probably steal something before and leave before the security even come in, to be honest. So, you know, what can you do? My managers have all been cool, luckily. They might pretend to be nice, but then after they leave, we go, man, what a butt. Honestly. I think I've had bad experiences with managers, kind of bad experiences with managers before, where they kind of blame me for doing things, and I'm like, there's not too much I can do. Like in that situation, like, what more can I do than I already did? So luckily at the moment, like the manager I have is like very chill. If I explain the situation to her, she'll understand, and she'll try and give like tips, but I'm like, at the end of the day, there's only so much I can do. Yes, I can like listen to your tips, but really nothing much. Oh, I've had those kinds. I used to work at Pizza Hut and the place was going down the drain. Ah, yeah. To be honest, I covered at a different store before, and the manager was actually, it was so bad. The manager was very like black or white, I guess, with his staff. If he likes you, that is good. If he doesn't like you, he'll give you hell. Because I heard there was actually I was covering that store for quite some time, and then I pretty much had to train like all the incoming staff there because he wouldn't do his job. He would just stay in his room and then expect me to do everything pretty much. And I was like, okay, I'm technically kind of new to this company, but sure, I guess I can try and help them and teach them how to do stuff. Luckily, I had experience prior to working at the company anyways, but yeah, I trained like quite a few staff coming into his store. And then there was a really nice girl that I was training, and then I remember I came in to cover when the manager wasn't working that day, and I was working with that colleague, and she was kind of just like ranting about the manager, and then she told me about her whole situation, about how she was pretty much sworn at by the manager, and was like blamed for like literally no reason over things. And I was like, that's crazy. Like it was quite aggressive with her, and then she brought it up to like HR, and it was like a whole commotion, and I was like, damn, that's crazy. Like I got lucky in that sense that I was likable to him and I didn't have to experience that. But yeah, I could not imagine working under someone like that. Because I remember as well, like one of our regional managers, she came in to visit me at my main store. And she was like, oh, do you remember working with this colleague? And I was like, oh yeah, she was really nice. But I heard that apparently she didn't have a good situation with like her manager. And then she broke down the whole story. I was like, oh, that's crazy. Like that manager apparently didn't have good history with his staff at all. Apparently he pretty much forced another colleague to quit as well. And I was like, yikes. Thank God I was on his good side. But to be honest, he pretty much needed me to cover his store anyways. If I wasn't there to help, oh man. But then in the end, his branch got closed. And the guy was honestly It's so bad. Like he knew, like he heard that his store was gonna get closed soon anyways, and he pretty much took out all his leave and he ghosted the company. So when a company tried to reach out to him, nothing. Radio silence. And I was like, damn, that guy really just outed instantly when he knew that hell was going down. Crazy. We once got this useless guy in charge because the area coach above didn't like the previous manager because he didn't think it go. Wow, really? I quit one day when I walked in. Nothing was ready. The trashes were full, and the manager asked me to do the shift's lead job for him since he was new. Yep. Nope. That's crazy. Honestly, yeah, I think when people like generally say, I don't get paid enough for this, we really don't. Like, why should we come for like people above us when we're like literally getting paid like nothing compared to them? And if they're new, like train them before you let them into the role, right? Like train them beforehand somewhere else and get them up to par, and then send them into like manage the rest of the team. Like there's no way we are trying to train someone above us, right? Like we can help, yes, we can give tips in here, like here and there, but no way are we going to. Because literally, it's kind of sad. Like my current manager, she's really nice, but like to be honest, sometimes I'm like, I feel like I'm training her. I feel like I'm more of a manager than her. Like she does all the like paperwork and everything. But besides from that, like I feel like I'm kind of managing. Like I do a lot of things that she doesn't really know how to do. Which, like in her defense, like technically, you know, she hasn't been at the company for that long. But, you know, I'm like, maybe ask some more questions when you were training and then maybe practice a bit more before, you know. But she kind of really got thrown in last minute because there was no one to manage our store. And there was like a whole like a kerfuffle going on in the company where we have a lot of managers in the company that cannot manage. They are, yeah, it's so bad. I work at a Chick-fil-A, much more competent team and decent management. There are a few annoying people, but nowhere near as bad as Pizza Hut was. That's good. I think it's really motivating and really kind of, I guess, it's nice to work with a team that has your back and actually knows what's going on. And I think there's an F right on there. Such. Okay, thank God it was a short ad. I wasn't really saying too much, but I was saying like how it's nice to have a team who you can work with. Like I've been through like, I guess teams where like you're just in there to do the work. And then after that, that's it. You don't really build like a good relationship with the rest of the team. Especially when it comes to managers, if it's like you don't really click with them or you're like, you have that clear, distinct kind of barrier, I guess, or like gate fence between you two, that it's not really ideal. But yeah, because like for me, the longest time I was like pretty much like I guess technically I kind of was like a freelancer who was jumping around at different stores for the company at one point. Like I think there was a couple weeks where literally like I would work 5 days in the week, but each day would be at a different store. And I'm like, there is no way. I don't get paid enough for this. There is literally no incentive for me to do this, but they're so understaffed. They need me to do this. Like, oh my God, the fact that the company is so big and they're so understaffed, I'm like, surely you close some of your stores. Like, you know you're understaffed and you're like trying to move people everywhere. And you don't technically really have permanent staff anywhere. That's like, why? Just close the stores that don't do well, you know? Like, I know it's unfortunate for like the public that they don't have like a closer up kind of, yeah, they don't have a closer place to them. anymore. But like, there's going to be competitors. There's always competitors who can still work there, right? They still provide the same service. So, yeah. I've had people who will sit down as soon as they clock in and complain. Dums who don't understand the concept of an empty shelf and will fill it. And to fill it so bystanders are much lower down. Honestly, yeah, I get what you mean. Sometimes you really just gotta point it out and you're like, do that, do that. Or why aren't you doing that? It's like, why? Can I just get paid more for doing this? Like, literally, it's like you. I wish I could do that. I wish I could be that employee who like really does the bare minimum. But I just feel bad. So, yeah. Okay, either. After a few experiences of work, I'm doing the minimum. Yeah, like no pay me more to do more. Yeah, honestly, yeah. I wish I could do that. But I think it depends. If you've got enough people in your like team to cover for you, then that's fine. But if you're like literally the only person working there, unfortunately you can't do like nothing. Like I have to compensate for the fact that the company can't hire more staff, which is really sad. The shelf is empty. Can you put the dough in there? But it's empty. Yeah, that's. Oh my god, no way. That is crazy. That would be so frustrating to work with someone like that. I'm so glad I haven't worked with someone like that, to be honest. To that extent, no. Like, I'll point something out to someone and be like, oh, you know, can you do that? And they'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. And then they'll go, oh, like, worst case scenario, they just ask me, like, oh, where can I get the stuff to put it there? And I'm like, okay, that's fine. At least, you know, you're putting it up there. I'm working alone. They can hire more, so hire more, not my problem. So I'm not gonna. I wish I could do that. Honestly, I really wish. Ah, man. Goals. These are goals. I guess I just gotta give less shits, you know? Like, unless you pay me more, I'm not gonna do that. Yes. People pleaser things. And then not to mention the creeps. I have big man, so they don't bother me, but they're still annoying. Oh no. I think I'm so glad I haven't experienced any sort of creepy people yet. At first I was like, actually, no, I remember when I was working in fast food, there would be some creepy people. People who would try to like hat you up, but I'm like, come on, you can see like the rest of the line behind you. Move on, come on. Like, I don't have time to chat to you. Like, just give me your order and be off on your merry way, please. I don't want to talk to you, please. At first I was like, yeah, let's do amazing. At first I was like, yeah, let's do amazing. Now I'm like bluntly answering, no, I don't have time or asking them. I'll do extra hours, but no free work. It's not a shop work, but yeah. Okay. No, for me, it's not like I'm exactly being like, let's do amazing. I'm like, let's just not try to cause trouble. Avoid making things more complicated than they should be. Because I think I've actually had to cover from like a lot of my manager's mistakes recently, actually. It really frustrates me because I'm the person who's like dealing with the customer. And I'm like, my apologies, you know, that there was a mistake. I can try and get it fixed for you, but you know, you still have to wait. That's the problem. So yeah. Next horror stream got 27k points. Oh, why? Oh, why we do this? Honestly, like, I don't even know what game to play next. If I do another horror stream. I don't cause trouble. I signed up. I signed for this. I do this no more since I know my right and tell no one. No one needed that they can't do anything. That's true. That's very true. I guess, yeah, a lot of times people just do things out of their own goodwill and just expect, you know. But I guess if it's like higher up people, they're just like, yeah, you should do this because you're an employee in our company. And if you don't do it, I don't even know. I don't even know. They wouldn't exactly even fire you because you're not doing anything wrong, right? And technically, you're not obliged to do it because it's not in your contract to do with the stuff, right? But I guess sometimes in contract they can be kind of sneaky with the words. But luckily for me, actually, no, it's kind of bad. I should probably read my contracts. I kind of skimmed through. I'm like, yeah, it looks fine to me. And then I'm just like, off we go. You know. There was this one shift lead who absolutely hated my guts and would never leave me alone. I would creep with all the girls. He made 3 quit. Oh my god. Worst part is when one of them tried to reply, he did everything in his powers to keep her from getting hired. Wow, that is insane. Oh, well, he was hitting on her. That's disgusting. That's honestly so gross. Exactly, that's what I read it well. Yes, I think it's, yeah, definitely worth to just properly read your contract and technically what's on paper. Yeah, because literally the contract is black and white, right? Whatever's written there, you're signing that. Whatever's not written there, technically, it's wishy-washy, you know, you can kind of limp around it. I ask questions, I even leave interview if I don't like. Once I got up and literally said, thank you for your time, but I'm not suited, have a good day. Honestly, I think it's just because I've been like kind of desperate to change jobs for my last company because it was too far away. So I didn't really pay attention. Like, honestly, I should have questioned more about my pay. Because I realized that when I left the company and I went to the new company, I got paid so much like less and I was like, crap. Well, I'm in a situation where I'm lucky to not really have to worry about like what I get paid too much. Like I still get paid a decent amount, but compared to what I got like paid before, not as much, sadly. So I really should have just questioned more. But I get really like anxious during and really scared during interviews, so I kind of like forget things as well. I should probably like bring a list in next time with like questions to ask, blank, 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 you know. Yes, and actually corporate gave him his own store to be in charge of because of the reasons. As in like a franchise store or? I'm internships, so I get paid less than a normal person, so that's also why I'm thinking like this. I cost nothing to the company to do twice. That's true. For an internship, you're really there just for experience and just to put it on like your resume, right? You're just like, okay, cool. Like you really, yeah, technically in that case, you really don't need to do anything unless like you want to really work for the company that you're internshipping for, then you want to create a good face. But in the case that you're just there for the experience and don't care about the company, then, you know, who cares, right? It makes sense what you're doing. Yes, a franchise store, yeah. But just hopefully, the only problem, like in that case, surely, like wouldn't they have fired him? Like I think in my case, my company would definitely have fired him for those kind of reasons. Because honestly, they don't tolerate that kind of stuff. I need it because I need more money, and they pay my school in exchange. But yeah, no, I won't suffer for them. Okay, yeah, definitely not worth. If you have to, like, yeah, there's just no point at all to work more than you need to. Yeah, no. They should have, but I guess Pizza Hut got lower standards. Yeah, I guess so. Unfortunately, yeah. I guess, I mean, at the end of the day, it's still kind of like fast food, so it's like cheap labor to them. So it is what it is, right? As long as you don't have to deal with it, I guess. But I feel bad for any future staff he has to deal with. What a scary world we live in. not even scary though. It's more like just a sad world we live in, I guess. A sad reality of the world. I guess that kind of also applies to like people who are always nice. Like, yes, you're nice and like it's good to be nice, but not everyone's gonna reciprocate it. And then you'll meet a lot of people who take advantage of it as well, and it's like you just feel shitty afterwards. You're like, I was so nice, like I didn't there's nothing that could have gone wrong, but still went wrong. And it's like nothing you can do. Yeah, I've kind of been low-key to go visit his store and drop off flyers for numbers to call for sexual harassment. He'll know it was me, but it'll be hilarious. Honestly, yeah. I feel like it would be funny. And technically, like, if you're not at his store anyways and you're not part of his, like, under his, management, it's matter, right? You're just another guy. It's not like he can really, like, do anything, right? Just like, oh, heads up. I know what you're doing, like... But I think for a lot of employees, most of the time it's like they're too scared to lose their job. They're desperate. They just put up with it. And then a lot of people feel like even if they go to the higher ups and kind of complain about the person, I think like they're scared that they're not going to do anything. They're just like another person in the company, right? Just another number for them. They can always just replace them, which is kind of sad, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, that's me with lending people money. Half the time they don't pay me back, but knowing the few I really help makes me want to keep trying. Right? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's just a few people who just make things a lot shittier, but like, it's just a few people that you do help. It's just like, it's nice. Like, when they show their gratitude and you feel like it really like melts your heart. You're like, oh, this is why I really like being nice to people. And then when people take advantage of you, it's like literally like, what can you do, right? Make you feel bad about yourself. And like, I don't know, personally for me, it's like I don't really bash myself over it, but it's like, because I know like there's nothing I could have done in that situation. But it's like, if only I was like a different kind of person that could kind of stand up for myself or be more assertive, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy I got to find you. You're cool. Oh, thank you. I like enjoyed kind of talking about kind of random like topics here and there. The only problem is that whenever I stream art, I tend to get like sidetracked with chatting with like chat. I don't mind at all, but it's like I have this thing where my voice gets scuffed really easily and I tend to lose my voice really quickly. Like my vocal cords are really not that strong. So like I'll continue talking and then eventually like right now I'm like slowly losing my voice. Speaking of random topics, new Nintendo Direct. I feel like the only two games that I'm interested in is the two what's it called, the two Riot games. Yes, I will also hydrate. Other games I'm not that interested in at the moment. Like the Mario games are kind of, but I don't know. Yeah, I really like Bando Tales. It looks like a really comfy game. And then I think there was the Song of Nunu. Was this called something like that? Something Nunu? The one about Nunu. It looks like a very fun adventure kind of game. So I am keen for that when that comes out. The Nunu game is coming out later this year, which is fun. Oh, which reminds me, I should probably buy. I should look forward to Black Friday sales and hopefully a capture card will be on sale So I can buy that, and hopefully I can stream Switch games on stream. Yeah, because a capture card is quite expensive. Like they're like $300, and I'm like, that's kind of hefty. But I guess in the long run, it's not too bad, but still. It is very convenient though. But for me, it's like, for a lot of people, it could be like different like consoles you can kind of link up. But for me, it's like I already have the Switch. So yeah. Dodo goal for capture card. Yeah, I should probably change it to like Dodo goal for capture card instead of for VTuber model. Because that's like more of a feasible goal than, yeah. My friend wants a newer one and I want to buy her old one when mine. It works out, it really does work out. Just give me 1 second, I'm gonna quickly hydrate as well. Recycling at its finest, honestly, yeah. Another code looks good too. I like puzzle games. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah. I do really enjoy puzzle games as well. The problem is that I'm kind of bad when it comes to puzzle games, but I enjoy them, which is pretty funny. Having a cute girl makes me 50% more likely to play your game. Honestly, yeah. I know. Honestly, this is the reason why I don't drink. Like, facing. I try not to face the webcam when I drink, because it literally makes my YouTuber model look so scoffed. I'm like, I don't want this. Please protect the image of my YouTuber, please. That needs to be already. What do you mean? Why would we want that? It's even more scuffed if I literally like face the webcam and drink. It looks even more like crazy. Oh, do you know those expensive Ferrero Rocher chocolates? Ferrero chocolates in the gold wrapper. There's this new ice cream shop near my house, and they have that as a flavor answer. I feel like, yeah, anything that has Ferrero Rocher in it is so good. Honestly, chocolate hazelnut things, chef's kiss, so good. But I remember I saw like this one short video where someone in like I think it was I think it was in Italy, where pretty much they saw like a Ferrero Rocher, what's it called? Gelato, and they're like, oh, surely that's good. And then they literally get like, actually, no, it wasn't. It was Nutella. It was Nutella gelato. But literally what they got was like a whole like, what looked like Nutella. And I was like, that's crazy. It looks so sticky and so gooey. And I was like, it's not appetizing. Usually I don't like hazelnut. That's why I don't like Nutella before. Oh, really? Interesting. Because I literally have like a whole hazelnut in the center, which is kind of hilarious. But the Nutella is so good. There's no way. I think hazelnut by itself I don't like, but when it's with chocolate, I'll eat it. So, yeah. I'm also a sucker for things that taste like I guess pistachio flavored things. So pistachio ice cream, if they have it, I would definitely get it. But unfortunately, I think I've only come across one place in Sydney that does it really well. I think their gelatos there are really, really good. It's in the city. What was it called again? I don't remember. But like the gelato there is so good. The texture of it is like so creamy. It's so good. It's so airy as well. I can literally just keep eating it. Because I am like legit a sucker for ice cream, gelato, that kind of stuff. Always have room for it, no matter what. No matter how like filling my dinner was, I will always have space for it. Like my go-to flavors are usually pistachio, cookies and cream, um matcha or black sesame, usually. I was bored and adventurous, so I tried some new fruit. Rambutan tastes kind of like a sweeter grape. Oh, interesting. Oh, I know. I've heard of that fruit before. It looks kind of like a lychee, right? It's that red. Is it that one? The one with the really like very red looking fruit. Very descriptive description. I have yet to try muscat. Is that called muscat grapes? I think it was. Is it? Yeah. Like really sweet grapes. Apparently they're really good. Expensive too. $2.50 a pound. Oh my. Oh my. But I feel like a lot of like kind of tropical fruits tend to be quite expensive. I stick to my apples and watermelons. Honestly, I feel like even watermelons these days are kind of expensive. But I guess maybe it's just the season. Watermelons can get pretty expensive. I remember there was one time as a kid, I used to think it was like, because I don't know what the conversion rate for would be for you, but in Australia it was like, I think at one point it was like 20 cents for a kilo, right? Over something like that, over a watermelon. And as a kid, I didn't really read it. I just saw 20 cents. I'm like, 20 cents for like a huge ass watermelon. No way, that's so cheap. And then I realized later on that they actually weigh it and they kind of compound it depending on how heavy it is. This was like back in the day though. This was like more than 10 years ago though. So literally it was so cheap. These days it's probably like $1 for a kilo, I feel like. So it's not cheap. So yeah. Watermelons so used to. As a kid, honestly, you feel like everything just seems reasonable. I don't know, like these days though, I don't think so. Cost of living is so bad these days. Like, as a kid, I remember like soft serve, so like the McDonald's ice cream used to be like 20 cents. And I was like, or even I think at one point it might have even been like 10 cents. It was like the go-to thing like back in the day. Like if my parents wanted to treat me, they're like, "Oh, take these coins and go get yourself an ice cream from McDonald's." And I was like, "Oh yeah!" And then now these days it's like, oh, it's like literally 5 times the price now, and I'm like, that's crazy. Like 20 cents, 20 cents, crazy. Back in the day, how much does it even cost now? I don't even know. I don't think I've had a soft serve in like ages. Let's see. Nowadays it's like $1 a pound. I'll wait until it's 2 or 3 per done. Treat yourself with 20 cents. Honestly though, as a kid, like you're happy with anything. If you get a treat, you're happy with it, alright? Well, so someone told me pumpkin pie isn't actually all pumpkin and mostly butternut squash, so I bought one and I'm gonna cook it tomorrow to see how it compares. Oh, interesting. I've actually never had a pumpkin pie before, but to be honest, I don't really eat too many pies. I think I've kind of been traumatized as a kid because they have I think they call it like mince pies, right? Ones with like a bunch of fruit and stuff inside. And I'm like, as a kid, I'm like thinking, oh, mince pie, as if mince like mince meat pie. That should be good. I bite into it, then I get baited and I'm like, this tastes disgusting. Nope. So yeah, as a kid, I'm like, I don't really trust pies. But honestly, there are actually really a lot of really good pies. Sweet pies and also savory pies. I do prefer savory pies in my opinion. Just because I'm not too much of a sweet tooth. Yeah. I don't think I've ever had a savory pie. I know they're a thing, but never had one. Oh, really? I feel like in Australia, at least, when you say a pie, most people think of meat pies or like savory pies. Whereas in the States, I feel like a lot of people think of sweet pies, like dessert pies, which is very interesting. But I guess in Australia, we have like a huge culture of like meat pies. It's like a big thing. I have a massive sweet tooth, but as far as pie goes, I only like pumpkin pie and sweet potato. Ooh, sweet potato pie sounds good. That actually sounds really good. Because I know sweet potatoes aren't too sweet. This is why I usually like sweet potatoes. Yeah. How much does a soft serve cost? Have a look. Internet's very slow. Why? Sweet potato pies are banger. Honestly, I want to have a look next time. In store if they have any like sweet potato pies. Well, when in doubt, I could always just make one myself. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Never thought of that combo, but it makes sense. You would technically make anything into a pie, right? Just stuff things inside the pie, the pie pastry, and you're good to go. Oh, there's no price online. Hello. But then even then, like I feel like a soft serve shouldn't be that expensive. It's fine. Like for an ice cream, it's you can't go wrong. It's relatively cheap. It gets the job done. You're fine. Can't wait until fall and they're in season again. Ah yes, I feel like oh God. Yep, at jail. I like to pie some yams and bake it at toaster oven and eat it. Since my sister make them in love with it. Yams, alright. Call sweet potatoes yams. Not sure really why. I feel like they're different. So there's different types of sweet potatoes. Like sweet potatoes is like a different type of potato to yams, to my knowledge. And then there's also like the Japanese sweet potatoes as well, and Korean sweet potatoes. They're all very different. Oh my god, that's actually hilarious that those two emotes put together. That is great. Oh my god. It's scuffed, but it's hilarious. Also, Eden's emotes look hella cute. Hello? Her model character design is so pretty. Hello? have a gaze into her a bit later. Oh, so sexy. I've got a whale version and a nice lady version. That is hilarious. Oh my god. Who knows where her emotes are at? Oh my god. Honestly, thinking of emote ideas like is always hard because it's like you gotta think about when they kind of apply to your chat, but also it's like I guess with partners they have more options because they have more slots, whereas with like affiliates we only have like I think 9 slots in total, so we have to be very selective in what we can choose. Me when sweet potato pies. Honestly, I need to look this up. Sweet potato pies. They sound so good. Honestly, I hate drawing circles. They're the worst. I don't know how I would draw the glasses again. I just hear like a police car siren, police siren, just going off like no tomorrow in the distance. Love that. Honestly, that would not stay in my freezer for that long. I would be like, when I want to eat it, I'm just gonna eat it. And this is because it's such a big portion that you don't really want to waste it, but I guess you can always chuck it in the fridge. Unless it's not the same if it's not fresh. I'm trying to diet, so trying real hard not to. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Makes sense, makes sense. Honestly, I kind of feel bad sometimes because I have like the opposite like struggle of everyone. Everyone's like trying to lose weight. I'm like, I'm trying to gain weight. It's really hard. That was 340 last year, down to 240 this year. What's the conversion rate of pounds? Is it pounds to kilograms? Let me Google. Oh, okay, so it's just a little under half a kilo. But also it depends on your height as well. But if you lost 100 pounds, so like 50 kilos in a year, that's crazy. You're making good progress. Aiming for 90 or in a year or like over time. So I feel like that's a lot of weight. We dieting now, let's go. You guys can like send all the food that you guys are saving to me, you know, so I can like bulk up. Send all the good foods this way. So honestly, I feel like I'm like, I remember back in high school, I was doing what we call Duke event. So it's like a hiking kind of a thing we do for like an award. Oh, Duke of Edinburgh Award is what it's called. And pretty much I was hiking in front of someone and then she looked at me, she's like, your ankles are literally like so thin. I could literally like push you, like I should probably like tap your like ankles and you probably trip over. And I'm like, thanks. That's so lovely to hear. So literally just like I can ankle break you like so easy. And I'm like, okay, cool. Appreciate it, you know? Appreciate the thought. I know, it really was an extremity, but like from then on, I realized that I was actually really skinny. Like I saw myself in the mirror, I'm like, oh, actually, I'm really skinny. I don't know how I lost all this weight, but yeah. Puberty, I don't know. And pretty much since then, I have really struggled to put on weight. But then again, it's like I haven't really put the effort to really try and gain weight because, yeah, I don't know. I feel like my appetite and like my eating habits have like gotten worse and worse. Like it gets better and then it gets worse again. I just thought in mind, I think everyone's like seeming to just die. I've been chunky all my life. I wanna less squish. I wish I want more squish. We're the opposites. I don't want to be skinny now. That would be too hard to maintain, and I like sweets too much. I just want a little squish. Yeah, you gotta find like the middle ground where you're comfortable. I get you. But I feel like the only reason why I'm able to maintain such a like thin figure, could I say, like lightweight, is purely because I just don't eat that much. And the funny thing is that like a lot of people say that you should eat slower. So like you don't eat as much. Is that it? No. So you eat more. Whereas I feel like for me it's like it's actually really bad. So I eat slow and then like by the end of like the meal I'm like not hungry anymore, so I don't exactly finish the meal unless I really have to. Actually no. Usually I would do finish it. But it's only because I realize like the portions I'm able to eat. So I kind of like give myself less to eat because then I'm comfortable with eating that much and not wasting food. Yeah. Slower to eat more, that's cope. Agreed. I don't know, that's what I've heard. Like, for me, I realize if like sometimes I'll be like really hungry and I'll eat really fast and then I'll be full. But then literally like not that long afterwards, I'll get hungry again. So that's like something I've experienced and now I'm like, I don't want to experience that. So I'm just gonna eat slow and then I'm comfortable. So weird, I don't know. To be honest, at this point, I don't even know what's like a normal kind of eating habits and what's normal with like just eating in general. I don't even know anymore. I've been eating oatmeal like daily, not the tastiest, but I feel like it fills me up and it's cheap. To be honest, I feel like oatmeal can actually get pretty tasty. Depending on what toppings you put on it, it can get pretty good. I actually really enjoy eating oatmeal with like honey on top and like fruits on top as well. So like my go-to used to be like oatmeal with honey, bananas, and what fruit else? What other fruit was there? Probably strawberries or something like that. But like my go-to was usually like banana, honey, and oatmeal. It's like it pretty much it makes the oatmeal more flavorful and also sweeter as well. Like the natural sugars are good. So yeah.
Victory screech!
Victory screech. Hello, Chewie. Oh my god. I forgot I had this. That's hilarious. Oh my god. If I eat fast, I can stuff myself with more food than I need, but eating slow fills me up more. But before I overeat. Right? That's what I thought. So if that's what I thought, like eating slow should fill you up. But I've heard a lot of people say that eating slowly. Wait. No, I heard from my friends that apparently if you eat slow, I think it makes you more hungry. And I was like, huh? That's a very interesting take on it, but yeah. That wake me up all night. Oh no, not the SpongeBob, anything but the SpongeBob. I keep it simple because calories. I blend milk with dates, almonds, and a splash of vanilla extract and it's okay. Ah, overnight oats. Okay. Very easy as well. I was sleeping on my desk. Oh no. Woke it up to SpongeBob. That's hilarious. It's okay. You didn't know. Actually, I should probably save this first. Oh wait, I didn't finish. Didn't save the right one. You okay, kid? Yes, I'll call you kid. I love how you render the eyes. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it took me some time 'cause I was very much experimenting with how I want to do the eyes. Because as you can see, I realized I used to like the way how I used to make them really sparkly, but then it looks kind of scary. Now that I look back on it, and I'm like, I don't want to change it. I am drawing a couple commission for one of my clients. So it's a couple who are holding churros with hearts and touching hands. Yeah. How are you doing today, Jimmy? Isn't it like kind of early for you as well? Actually, I feel like it's just Americans in general. Aren't you guys like, isn't it early times for you guys? Or like that other side of the world? Early AMs? Oh, you are? Oh my god. Really? I didn't know that. I don't know why I had the impression that you were from America. It all makes sense now. Oh my god. For chibi, I don't even draw eyes on at least not open. Honestly, I love the aesthetic of dot chibi eyes. I'll show you. The most recent one I did. If I can see, if I can find it. Yeah, this was the most recent one I did. The dot eye aesthetic, I love it. It's so cute. Almost 7 a.m. for me. I've been up all night. Please go sleep. If you're intending to sleep at least. I don't know. What do you want to do at this point? If it's 7 a.m. and you haven't sleeping? You haven't slept yet. So yeah. It's 12 a.m. and yes indeed. Make sure to sleep well. I will. Eventually. I don't know how to show you a few examples. Cute. Oh, I do have a Discord. I think if you exclaim, oh, actually no. I remember. I didn't update it yet, I think. Invite people. Hopefully that works. I don't know if it still works because sometimes the link doesn't actually work. If it doesn't work, then it's okay. And also I have to manually give you roles because my bots are sleeping on the job. Then I don't know how to fix them. Expired? Okay, that's okay. It's the new link. I recognize that cute outfit anyway. Honestly, yeah, I love her art style. And yes, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I will do that. Give me 1 second. Is it really kind of hopping? I feel like at the moment it's not really too active here and there. Like I'm really using it mainly for it's called alerts. So at least people know what's happening. But besides from that, nothing is happening too much at the moment. So yeah, but that's okay. Uh, that's okay. Yeah, I've given you the roles manually. So because my bots are sleeping on the job and I don't know how to fix them. They're kind of broken. So yeah, I have to be my own bot to give you the roles. It's okay. But yeah, I would love to see your artwork. I love seeing other people's art. Always something to learn from people as well. So yeah. Oh my god. It's almost been 4.5 hours already. Time has flown by today. I feel like time really does fly whenever I do art streams because I'm always chatting. Not that I mind at all. I love chatting. I'm very chill as well. Dawn? Why is that? I went to sew my pants, but I can't find my spool. Oh, that's the worst. Literally the worst. Honestly, I should really learn to like sew things properly. Because my method of sewing things is kind of dodgy. Like I get the job done and I can get it like kind of fixed. And because usually what happens most of the time is that I need to like kind of bring in the waist for a lot of my pants. And the way I do it is probably not legit. But it does the job and I'm like, if it breaks, I can just redo it again. But yeah. Well, I have other ones, but not the matching color, but better than nothing. That's true. But when in doubt, there's always the, what do they call it? The invisible version. Like you, actually, it depends what you're doing. What you're sewing your pants for. If there's a hole, then I guess not, maybe not. Because there's invisible stitches that you can do, right? I'm not very good. I know the basic to a backstitch for straight lines and zigzags for traffic. Oh yeah, I know those two as well. Yeah, they're two basic ones indeed. And then I recently learned how to properly bring in the waist of like pants. So usually like what happens is like with your pants, right? Actually, I'll do it you later. With your pants, your nice snazzy pants, if the waist is, your waist is too big, what you're supposed to do is like you're supposed to fold it and then you have to like fold it in, I guess you could say. So it's like that. How do I explain? So it's like that, I guess you can say. That's the back fabric stitched together. And then you have to stitch diagonally. And then eventually you can like pull it together and then I'll just bring it in. I don't know if that makes any sense. Well, a really bad explanation. But when I learned that, I'm like, this makes my life so much easier. The proper way to do it. And my mom saw how I originally did. She was like, what the hell are you doing? This is so botched. Like, it does the job, but I don't think that's gonna like stay. And I was like, oh, I mean, the ones I've done, they haven't really broken, so they're fine. Yeah. I feel like clothes are the hardest, especially for collar shirts. Yeah, luckily I haven't had to sew any sort of shirts. The only time I need to sew something is for the buttons. So yeah. Nothing torn, but hard to describe. I don't know if the girl pants are the same as guys, but do you know how you have the inseam at the crotch? Inseam, the crotch? Inseam? Inseam? As in like at the bottom area here? There's like 2 lines stitched on the inside. Oh, yeah. Okay, no. The ones... What are the... Oh, how did it even pop off? Yeah. The second one is still intact, but I want to reinforce it before it becomes a problem. Like you're sitting down with your legs are like wide open, you know, and then pop the right hole right there. Public indecency, you know. That would be tragic. Oh my god. And if you have like bright underwear as well, oh no. That would be terrible. No one must see my undies, the precious underwears. Also, it's because I wear the same work pants from a year ago, so they're super loose. Ah, yes. If you wear them a lot, then that's gonna happen. The only problem I have is that because I wear a lot of black, the black tends to fade. And then like I have like mismatched shades of black. It's so bad. Because I recently got some new work pants, like, and then the bottom is like really black.
し。
How do I pronounce this? So Willow Chan, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How are you doing today? Is there an easier way to pronounce your name by any chance? But yeah, as I was saying, like I got new work pants and like the bottoms are super black, but my work top, like my button up, is like I've been wearing it for like a solid year and a bit, and it's like faded. And I'm like, I go to work and I'm like, I'm wearing a grey top pretty much, like black bottoms. It looks so weird. And then I'm like to my manager, I'm like, oh, I need to buy new, like I need to order new ones. And she's like, oh, I don't really know how to order them just yet. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just wait. So Willow Chan without the spaces, but you can follow me with. Oh yes, okay. I actually figured it out in the end. So I was like, show hello. So show hello. Yes. Hello. Welcome. How are you doing today? I hope you are doing well. We should be actually not we. I should be working on my art piece in the background, but I can't multitask to save my life, so we're here chatting instead. And then every so often I would continue drawing in the background. I'm good just releasing a certain quote that actually hit hard towards me and my friend. Just a certain quote. As in realizing. Oh, realizing. Oh, really? What was the quote? Do you mind if I ask? Realization because it like hit home, or If you date an artist, writer, or musician, they'll turn you into art. The fact that I know most of my crushes and my friend made a story about his boyfriend. Honestly, that's so true. That's so true. I draw like really cute chibis of my boyfriend a lot. It's really, yeah. It's wholesome, to be honest, it's fun. But I don't think it's bad. Unless like you break up, then it's kind of awkward because like you have so much art of them. But it's kind of nostalgic though. But at the end of the day, it's a separate art piece in itself. But yeah. So I feel like if there's someone like who's really significant in your life, because I feel like art tends to be a very kind of like emotional kind of hobby. Like yes, you can like feel disconnected with art and just draw things that are like pretty or aesthetic, but there's a certain like if you enjoy drawing most of the time, like you reflect a lot of emotions, and so if there's someone who's very significant in your life most of the time, like you just want to express that. And usually like ideas come out from that as well. So yeah. Not bad, but I think I just really noticed it recently. Ah, okay. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I enjoy it though. It's very cute. That reminds me of another good quote slash story I heard from a friend once. Not about art or romance, but just one. Other. No. Welcome back, everyone. Honestly, I'm so glad now that OBS tells me when ads come up, because previously like I used to use Streamlabs and they don't tell you when ads come in, and I don't actually know how to see when ads come up through Twitch. So I would never know when like ads would go off and I continue talking. But now I know when I can like, kind of like take a pause and wait for ads to finish and then continue talking. But if you want to share that quote, if you remember it, feel free to share it as well. I'm always very keen to hear different things. I feel like I can't post my art about my soulmate, because imagine he saw my art. I think it depends. If it's like really like actually it depends on the way you portray them, I guess. If it's something that's nothing to, how do I say this? Nothing too crazy, then it's nice. Like I think if anyone kind of like received art from themselves, they'd like it really, right? Unless it portrays them in a bad way. There's nothing wrong. Also, that the dancing emo, oh my god, that's so good. I met my soulmate in my dreams too much. Oh, really? Sign maybe? But I think it's actually nice to have dreams, because I feel like not having dreams would be like very. I just realized my follower tab has never updated the recent follower. Most recent. Oh, it's not changing it. What's going on? He's a half German, half Swedish. I'm dying if I actually met him in person. Interesting. Oh, you haven't met him in person yet. Interesting. Very interesting. I've never heard of a case of like that before. Usually it's like you meet them in person. But I guess that in that case, there really is a soulmate, huh? I haven't had a dream in years. Really? Wow. I wish I could like actually it's kind of chill at that point though, right? Because you're just like, oh, I'm living life, I go to sleep, blackout, back awake, you know. Actually just chilling, no stress, no emotional thoughts, There we go. I just needed to update the app. Yeah. How do you meet them in a dream? The only faces you can see in your dreams are faces you've already seen. I haven't met him in my dreams, and I remember writing it down in case it actually happened in the future. Interesting. Actually, no, that's not true. I have seen a lot of faces in my dream of people I haven't met in real life. I don't recognize them at all. But it could also be a person in passing that you might actually remember. That might be it. But I've had a lot of like side character kind of, and also actually no, I have a few main characters in my dreams where I don't recognize the name of the face before. Never met them in my life. So I guess it depends on the person. I guess your imagination can also be that vivid that you can create characters or faces on your own as well, potentially. Okay, so super shortened version of the story. A friend went to go work with his uncle for summer once. After the first day of work, nope, wait, the scroll's not working. Okay, there we go. After the first day of work, friend was working with uncle's employees and his uncle was getting ready to cook. He asked him, do you want to eat like an employee or like a boss? I think I've heard like a similar kind of question before. So obviously he says like a boss. During dinner, he notices him and uncle get smaller portions and lower quality meat. And thus, confused, uncle tells him a boss takes care of his employees first. In theory, in theory. Realistically, in our world, I don't think it really happens like that. But that is hilarious. Ideally, bosses should take care of their employees first, but in our world, I don't think that really is the case. It may seem that way, but it is impossible. It is believed that the human brain is incapable of creating a new face. Every person you dream of has been someone you have either known personally or merely came across. Interesting. So I guess all these people that I've seen in my dreams are just people I've passed by randomly. Interesting. Wait, I have met him in dreams, but never in real life. But I meet him in my dreams. But when I met him in my dreams, but when I see him in a situation of my dream world, it feels safe. Like you don't feel like it's life-threatening, meaning a peaceful and caring feeling. Indeed, the brain really is strange like that. Because I feel like a lot of the times it's like, I don't have really good memories. So if someone just passes by me, there's no way I would probably remember them. But the fact that the brain is able to like remember that and just be like, oh, here, this person's in your dreams, so they must be important, I'm like, I don't know who this person is at all. Exactly, right? That's what's very interesting in that case. Because I feel like a lot of dreams I've had very kind of creepy dreams as well. Where I don't recognize the people at all in the dreams, and then I'm like, oh, that's kind of scary. I'm like kind of glad that I don't have like creepy dreams or like nightmares anymore. So I remember there was this one like creepy dream I had where I don't really remember the details anymore. But like the creepiest thing was like pretty much I was kind of overlooking someone in my dream. And then I think they were actually, it's really, really fictional, really weird. But they're like pretty much time traveling and like trying to figure out a puzzle piece, like a puzzle or something like that. And then I'm like monitoring them and watching them like a spy camera kind of thing, kind of vibes. And then they write on a piece of paper, I see you. I was like, bruh, that's kind of scary. The fact that they recognize that I'm watching them, like, I don't know if that was like intentionally like pointed at me or I don't know what. But I was like, that's kind of creepy. And yeah, boss is not like that IRL sadly, but it's usually how I lead my standard for leaders. Yeah. Usually, yeah, I think that as well, but realistically these days, unfortunately, it's not the case. Very sad. Okay, I think I might end the stream at 12:30 then. So in 18 minutes. I'm getting a bit hungry. That means it's gonna be like, yeah, it's gonna be a 5-hour stream. Oh, wow. That really does fly by. Before my dreams, soulmates I grew up dreams that's too detailed and I always use a calendar and clock that has the same time and date. A few months or year, they suddenly become real events. Interesting. I feel like I get a lot of deja vu as well, which is very interesting. Well, like, yeah, I think I've experienced a lot of deja vus, which is, yeah, I don't really understand it still. It's just like, I don't think there's proper research really done on deja vu as well yet. There's no like conclusive evidence on like what causes it. But it's very interesting. Because for me, it's not like I get like an exact replica of what I remember in my dream, but it's like, oh, I remember this happening, but the ending is not the same. It's a Mexican superstition that if you dream about a wedding, that means someone in your family is gonna pass. Oh, really? Interesting. I feel like a lot of superstitions from different cultures are very, very interesting. Like they are a superstition because multiple people have experienced it, which is kind of creepy when you think about it. Like a certain detail, maybe a person walking by or a certain picture in your mind. Usually for me, at least, it's usually scenes. Like I'll remember like so say for example, like I'm looking at my computer monitor set up at the moment and like my surroundings. That scene right there, I feel like I've seen it before. But then I continue on with my life. Or like say for example, it's a conversation with another person. And the conversation continues and then we kind of deviate from that scene, then that's when it's different. But that initial like kind of snippet is the same. Or, like not the same, but I just really remember it. I'm like, huh, interesting. I don't think mine was deja vu anymore because why was 3 dreams that fully detailed and events that happened in my country are exactly down to details in my dreams. I feel like dreams are very interesting, to be honest. It's all part of the mind. Yeah. But also for me, like I feel like I don't really remember too many details unless it was like really like I was really in it. Like there is also something called lucid dreaming where you recognize that you're in the dream and then you can kind of like influence how your dream goes as well. I remember when I was younger, I was able to lucid dream, not intentionally. I would just I would recognize that I'm dreaming. Yeah, of course it has its limitations, yes. Like I could like kind of control a bit of it, but then after that, like I just go back to sleep. Of course, yeah, of course not, yeah. I love hearing legends, myths, and superstitions from other cultures. Like that one obscure story of a woman discovering her child was replaced with a fairy by pouring porridge in an eggshell and making them ask what they were doing. Never heard of that in my life. That is very interesting. So strange. I've never heard of a super story like that before. Was there like any sort of other context to that story by any chance, Shiny? There is precognition dreaming. I'm not sure what that is. You can only have consciousness, yeah. Which is kind of scary. Lucid dreaming, to be honest, if you think about it. But at the same time, not really, because it's not like it really affects you. That's all part of your brain, right? And how you think. There's no real consequences of it. Maybe. I presume so. Philippines myth, if I remember, if you're pregnant and you hear duck noises and banging on the roof, means it's there. I've heard a lot of pregnancy, like, what's it called? Myths, legends, superstitions, where like if you have certain signs, they believe that the baby is gonna come soon. Banging on the roof or just like walking on the roof? Like waddling across. Oh wait, as I separate things. So duck noises and banging on the roof, two different things, I think. Not ducks banging on the roof. I actually don't remember. It's been so long, I can't find many versions of it. All I know is in some British stories, fairies swap out their elderly disguised as babies so humans pamper them and treat them well. So people would have different tricks to scare them out or expose them, the eggshell one being one of the more obscure things. Interesting. Very interesting. Like, at what point would something be a fairy tale? Like, complete, like, kind of made up compared to like a myth, not a myth, like a legend or like superstitions kind of thing. No, if you hear duck noises in distance, it's something banging on the roof. Oh, I was like, the fuck? No, that's my best kind of stupid. No, don't worry. Like, I was like, huh? I had to like double take that. I was like, huh? Like a duck banging on the roof? Oh yeah, that was two separate things. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of pregnancy superstitions, especially like in Asian cultures. Yeah, it's very interesting. I think fairy tales are more like fictitious and don't really affect the real world. Yeah, makes sense. No, because there is a warning for pregnant women to hide because that thing will eat your baby while you're asleep. Interesting. Whereas superstitions are people trying to explain shit that happens in the real world. Gotcha. Vibe man, I will in 10 minutes. Less than more than that, 10, 15 minutes. You guys can probably play a game first, and I will actually I might as well go. Yeah, you guys can play a game first, or like ARAM or something, or do whatever you want. And then I'm gonna end stream and grab food anyways, so yeah. I would not want to pronounce that. Looks like a tongue twister. But I will have a look into that. Ah, mythology. Yeah, mythology is very interesting, to be honest. All the different types of like monsters from different like cultures, very interesting. I remember I had a period of time where I was very interested in mythology as well. Most mythology, particularly Greek mythology, is pretty fucked there. Yeah, honestly, yeah. The stories behind a lot of the mythical creatures is kind of, yeah. They really go at like different stories, like don't know how they thought of it, but yeah. It's what makes it all the more interesting, you know. Like who would have thought something like that, like this? Like in this like day and age. I don't think anyone would like believe it at all. It's a Filipino myth about a normal girl in the morning and at night she becomes, I can't pronounce. And I don't want to butcher it either. Sort of vampire girl with wings, but half of her body is separated off to find sleeping pregnant women. Interesting, interesting. Very specific. That's the one thing I found about mythology is that they're very specific in the things that they choose to do. Yeah. Okay, done with pants. Not the cleanest stitch, but not exactly straight, but it'll do. If it splits again, I'll not. Hopefully not. Hopefully it doesn't split. Not in public at least, you know? African myths are pretty cool too. I don't really hear about them as much as other cultures, but they've got some cool nuggets. Like African dragons are usually depicted as giant snakes or pterodactyls. Interesting. Dragons as giant snakes, so they don't have wings. Is that what it is? Very interesting because a lot of most kind of cultures depict dragons with wings, but the fact that they don't, very interesting. I wonder if they have like this like a similar depiction of what a normal dragon looks like, but with a different name. Because you know, like Eastern dragons are snakes, are like snake-like and float. Then you got the Western dragons. Oh, okay, I can see what you mean. I get you. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. I remember the fact that one of my female friends was wearing a backward shirt going to school once. Interesting, very detailed imaging from your dreams. Usually for me, my dreams, like I remember it for a bit. It was very noticeable and I remember, and then after that, I'll just forget it. Like, cool story. Cool story dream, cool story brain. No, it's not a dream. This was actually happened in school IRL. Ah, when you say a backward shirt, was it like a button-up shirt or was it just like a collared shirt? Or just a t-shirt? But hilarious if it was a button-up shirt that was like flipped around. You're like, hey yo, how do you not realize that? It's just that tired. Shoe looks real weird. Yeah, she was wearing her uniform back when I didn't understand until I remember where her house was. It makes sense now. As in it was far away, so she was in a rush or... Sure, a little bit sure. It's another character creature. Oh my god, it looks so scary. Actually, the more I look at the photos, the more kind of creepy it looks. I want to avoid looking at this now. Ah, I see. need to stop talking about Filipino myths because it's nighttime right now, honestly. We're gonna have nightmares after this. No, it's okay. No, I'm not too worried about it. It's okay. Either ways, I sleep pretty late, so I have enough time to kind of think about other things. Oh, it's already 12:30. Okay, I'm just gonna finish off this bit and then I'm going to end stream. It hits me with an ad right as that. Oh my god. Hits me with an ad right as I say that. Welcome back from the ads, people. Literally, it's like Twitch new. It's like, oh, you're about to end stream. Let me chuck in an extra ad for you. So bad. But it's very interesting that you've got like a clear image of what they look like. Because usually for me, I can never pinpoint what the like after my dream ends, I can't pinpoint what they look like. Bezos can't afford his next yacht if he doesn't put his ads. Honestly, I know it's so bad. Tragic. Homie keeps imagining about small details that may hint my future. But I guess you have good memory in that sense, right? Then if you're able to remember everything. Game out, Sweden, October, coffee date, so a few details is mentioned. Interesting, very detailed things. let's say I give you a worst case scenario. What if you meet the person in real life? They turn out to not click with you. Because things can always like go haywire, right? Because I feel like that's the one thing with soulmates. Like a lot of people very much believe in soulmates. And then eventually, like, I guess some people like they get blinded by the idea of a soulmate, so they pretty much will try and make it work through. But like, there are some people who try and make it work, but it doesn't end up working out, or it's not what they wanted or they believed would have worked. I do have a friend in Japan who works in shrines who see red strings, and they mentioned the string has been strong before I mentioned my soulmate to them. I feel like for a lot of people who believe in soulmates, like, can there only be one? What if one soulmate doesn't work out? If you say, for example, meet up with them, you meet them in real life and they don't end up being. It doesn't work out. Can there be a replacement soulmate? You know what I mean? Like, personally, I don't really believe in soulmates. Like, because I feel like every relationship is a lot of you give and you take. And you have to pretty much work with the person. So if, say, for example, someone comes into your life and say they believe that you're the love of their life, right? But if they take it at face value and they don't try and make the situation work or the relationship work, then it's not gonna work. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. But I guess it's like you also have to, with soulmates, it's like you believe in face at that point. But these are all like different perspectives on life, of course. Let me save this before I forget. Yes, I already overthink every West situation on daily and almost got hit by a truck once. Oh no, please pay attention to your surroundings as well. Like I tend to go into a daze sometimes as well, but yeah, pay attention to your surroundings. But I'm going to end my stream here then today. We kind of made progress. We kind of pretty much finalized the chick. And then working on the guy now. So I will catch you guys on Monday in how many days is that? 3 days? 3 days from now? Yeah, 3 days from now. With either odds or Genshin stream most likely. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do, but yeah. Thank you everyone who came by today, and I appreciate for the reading earlier today as well. And yeah, hope everyone has a good night or good rest of the day if you're not based in the southern hemisphere, I guess you could say. Not the southern hemisphere. Oh, this side, the same side of the world as us, Australians. So yeah. Thank you for the stream. You're adorable. I hope you catch some streams despite the silence. Yes, that's okay. That's the one thing I kind of worry about sometimes is time zones. But yeah, that's okay. I really appreciate you coming by today and chatting as well. It was very fun. But yeah, hope you have enjoyed the rest of the day as well. Also hydrate, eat well, and take breaks if necessary. So yeah, I will catch everyone next time in 3 days with some sort of stream. I'm not sure what. My schedule is set for days and kind of times, not content, unfortunately, because I am very indecisive. So yeah, I will catch you guys next time. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great night. Bye bye.